I will call the June 14th, 2022 Caroline County Board of Supervisors meeting to order. Would you please stand for the invocation? Heavenly Father, once again, we come before you asking for your blessings this evening. Heavenly Father, we give thanks to you for all that you've done for us and all that you're going to do. Continue to bless us and watch over us. We give all blessings, all thanks in your precious name. Amen. Please remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to this flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All board members tonight are present. From Western Carolina, well, let me start to the far right. My far right, Mr. Clay Forehand from Madison. Sitting next to him is Mr. Jeff Black from Western Carolina. To my right is Mr. Jeff Seeley from Bowling Green. To my left is Ms. Nancy Long from Port Royal. To my far left is Mr. Floyd Thomas from Mattaponi. And I'm Reggie Underwood from the Reedy Church District. Opening board comments, Mr. Forehand.
I have none, sir.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Black.
Sure, I have a few. Over the last week or so, I had an opportunity to meet with some of our county departments and just meet with the employees, and wanted to thank them for that opportunity. I took down a lot of notes, information on some of their concerns, and I want to say I really appreciate them sharing and being very open and honest with me. So I did immediately went to Mr. Parton's office, and we talked about it, and I think some of those concerns will be probably part of that employee compensation study. So we did have a very good conversation with that. I also would like to point out that I think it was the VFW that was in charge of the Veterans Day, and Ms. Jeff Seeley. It was a very good event. Memorial Day ceremony in Bowling Green was very, very nice. So I do thank that. Finally, I do want to share, there was an email that was forwarded to us by the superintendent, and I did want to share some of the data. It's when we talk about, I personally was the only one who voted against the school budget, against the budget, and it was because we weren't, I didn't feel like we were funding the schools like we should. And if you go on to the Virginia Superintendent's annual report, they used to have this, I guess, statistic that called percent above required local effort. So every single county in the state has a required bill that they have to give to their school system. So whether you're Fairfax and you own a lot, or you're someone like Caroline who's much smaller who won't owe as much to your schools because you don't have the means to the composite index. So the bill, and then they used to have a statistic called percent above required local effort. So it was what percent does your county give above the minimum? Caroline County, 4% for the coming year. Colonial Beach, one of the smallest, was 0%. Essex County, 0%. Fredericksburg City, 32% above required local effort. Gloucester County, 68% above required local effort. King George County, very similar to us, 38% above required local effort. King William, 47% above required local effort. King and Queen, 0%. Matthews County, 53% above required local effort. Middlesex County, 43% above required local effort. Richmond County, these are all smaller counties too, 17%. Northumberland, 43%. Spotsylvania, 44%. Stafford, 72%. Westmoreland, 0%. Chesterfield, 44%. Hanover, 65%. Henrico, 73%. And Richmond City, 37%. I'm sharing that because that's a way for us to compare counties. Mr. Chairman, you had asked for some data, and that's a pretty powerful data point. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Black. Mr. Seeley?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. I want to remind everybody the county fair starts on the 22nd of June, and the first night is military night, and they will have a military band from Washington DC to open up that evening. So we're looking for a big crowd for the rest of that week, 22nd through that Saturday, which I believe is the 26th, 25th, 26th. That's it, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Seeley. Ms. Long?
Once again, I was going to mention the service at the courthouse and the fair, but those have been covered. I do want to give a heads up. I did find out that the town of Port Royal is going to do their 4th of July program again this year. Since I haven't been able to do it the past couple of years, I don't have a lot of details yet. I believe it's going to be like 10 to 2. But do keep watching the Historic Port Royal website, their Facebook page, and you'll be able to get the details. But do plan on coming down and joining the town of Port Royal for the 4th of July. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Long. Mr. Thomas?
Yes, thank you. Just a couple quick ones. I was invited to a law enforcement forum last month with the state police. It included First Sergeant Davenport and several local troopers, and they focused on improving relationships with the community, career opportunities with the state police. There are quite a few open positions with the state police for those who'd like to be interested. And one point of concern was safety in the Carmel Church area. It appears that there are quite a few people trying to cross that busy street, part of 207, so it's like 6 lanes, and they're going to have increased enforcement in that area to make sure it's at least safe. And the last one I have is June 12th was Loving Day, and I'm not sure if everybody in the county knows, but that's dedicated to Richard and Mildred Loving of Caroline, whose historic Supreme Court decision allowed them to get married and basically live their life's dream of just being in love and being married and live in Caroline. Loving Day was actually started by a gentleman named Ken Tanabe, who is a resident of New York, and he is a Japanese and Belgian descent. And he's created that, I think, in 2014 to celebrate all multi-ethnic marriages. And we in Caroline are proud to have that as a product of Caroline. I want to thank Mr. Parton and Mrs. Hall, I'm sure, for putting together a resolution to have on the county website in time for June 12th. And I apologize to the board for not having it done in May, but want to especially thank them for getting it done in time to honor that day and that couple. So that's it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas. I just have a couple comments. Earlier this morning, we had a water breakage in Caroline Pines, and some of the residents were not pleased with our response. After doing a forensic look at it and talking to Mr. Schiebel, the reality of it is I think the utilities did an outstanding job. The water breakage occurred at 11 o'clock last night, and the emergency crew was on site by 12 p.m. last night and waiting for the utility company for 3 hours to get there to dig the highway up and the road up and repair and find out where the breakage was. They were able to get half of the water back on from the breakage, but as many people who live in the county know, Caroline Pines has a very old water system that we took over, and we expected breakage to occur. And as it breaks, we're repairing it, but we're repairing all of the pipes in the ground. But being irregular, they went from a 4-inch line to a 2-inch line back to a 2-inch line to an elbow, which would not have been past the standards for today. It created some issue for our response team. So I want to remind people that if you call at 12:30 and you get a response, and there are many supply companies are not open at 12:30. We had to wait till 6:30 this morning because it was an irregular break to get the proper equipment. So we were on site at the supply store at 6 o'clock this morning. So one person was on site and the other person left in the truck. But then a person called, say, why is there only one person out there taking care of it? Well, sometimes it's very difficult to please everyone, but I can assure you that utilities did a great job and I appreciate what they do. And I want to remind people that when people are off duty, they have their time to do what they choose. And if a person is at home drinking a beer, or they can't come to work and operate equipment, that's a safety issue. So we have to be mindful of what's taking place, when it's taking place, and what's being done. But I assure you that the county responded very quickly. My only second comment is in response to Mr. Black's comment about the data. I appreciate the superintendent sending the data to us regarding our overfund, how much we overfund, give additional to schools in terms of funding. If another school district gives 80%, I would say they get quite a bit of money. It wouldn't make sense to me that those numbers are so different, but that's one data point. I think certainly we have to look at all data points to determine funding. My personal feeling, again, is I think we fund schools quite well. And I heard from citizens during the Memorial Day service about funding and taxes. So I understand the conversation. I do say that we have to take a strong look at school safety. I think we're going to have to look at our sheriff's office. In 10 years, we've added 3 sheriff's officers to our county. We went from 51 to 54 from 2010 to 2020. In order to meet the demand, and the climate of the country is not good. And it's our responsibility to be proactive. So I do think we're going to have to make some commitments there to ensure the safety of our children and our schools. I think that should be our first priority at this point, is to ensure that safety. And those are my comments. Thank you. Next on the agenda.
Mr. Chairman, could I add one thing to your comment? That
Yes, sir, Mr. Thomas.
We added 3 deputies, but I think the board has funded up to 6 more.
Correct.
Because we have 6 positions. So the board has provided funding for more than just the 3 we've added.
Yes.
And I think that's important for people to understand.
Yeah. I just don't think right at this, and the climate in the country, and the county grew 10,000 residents from 2010 to 2020. So we're over 30,000 residents now. Calls from the sheriff's office have increased. I believe it was 47,000, Scott, if I'm not mistaken, a year, versus the 20,000 that occurred in 2010. So we have to look at fire rescue. We have to look at our sheriff's office to make sure that we're providing the service, because when you call us, we should respond. We should respond. And so, and as far as like the school safety, what's going on now is just a tragedy across the country, and we have to be proactive. Thank you, Ms. Thomas.
Yeah, I agree. I just wanted to make sure that we funded more positions than were added.
Correct. Thank you, Ms. Thomas. Amendments to the agenda, Mr. Forehand.
Don't believe so.
Mr. Black. Mr. Seeley.
Mr. Chairman, I have one to add to the consent agenda, and it is a resolution for Mr. L. Melvin Thompson, and I think staff has already taken care of it. You can make that letter R and just add it.
Okay, that's going to be R, Mr.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. All right. Anything else, Mr. Seeley?
That's it, Mr. Chairman.
Mrs. Long? Thomas? And I have none. I'll take a motion to approve
Mr.
the
Chairman.
consent agenda as a. Yep, Mr. Collins.
Amendments agenda, we would like to add a closed session. That's in your closed session memo. It wasn't in the packet for advice for legal counsel for solar,
Okay,
short session. That's all I have.
okay, then we will add the, we'll add that to,
If we have time on the front side before the break.
what we will do is we will add that to the, agenda after, the consent agenda. Before public comment, we'll go into closed session. Is that all right with board?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Then what I will do, I will take a motion to amend the, consent, I'm sorry, Mr. Thomas, did you have any amendments? I don't believe I asked you. No. Okay. Then I will take a motion to, amend the consent agenda, adding a resolution for L.M. Thompson and a closed session to tonight's meeting.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Is there a second? The second by Mr. Thomas. There's a proper motion and a second that we approve the consent agenda as amended. All in favor?
And the closed session.
Yes.
Which is
With- So the resolution and the closed session to the consent agenda as amended. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Tonight, we have two presentations. First one is an update on the noise from the after-hours concert at Meadow Event Park, and I believe Mr. Whiteman is going to do that for us.
Good evening. As directed by the board, we, of course, have the concert series down at the State Fair, and the board directed that we do a sound check. So on the Thursday before the first concert, Mr. Underwood and I went down, and that afternoon, we had them play music. We had it at 100 dBA in front of the stage, which how blind is a bat?
Yellow star. I'll help you get stop. Yep, up top. Thank you.
Right there. So right here is where the stage is set up, and the soundboard to run the equipment sits right in front of that. So we had them crank it up to 100 dBA and keep it at that noise level until we went around and did the noise meter measurements. Now, I will say this year is a total different setup from last year. The job they did down there is fantastic, and they've taken some things into consideration that were discussed by the folks that came in and lodged their complaints, and then the board's request. We noticed that the speakers have all been moved down to ground level, which I think really helped with the noise. So what Mr. Underwood and I did is where we had the complaints, which were at 29212 Signboard Road, which
Come on back.
down, right there,
Down.
down.
Keep going down. Right. There you go.
Well, no, I think,
See the hand moving? At the bottom.
hey, what's that moving?
That's right there.
Oh, wait a minute, my slide's upside down. There we go. Okay, so right here, 29212. We had a complaint, we took noise measurement there. 29222, which was right here. 29350, which is right here. 14021, right there on Dawn Boulevard. And then 13671 Meadow Farm Road, which we had numerous complaints last year, which was right down here. So the bottom line, during the sound check at the 100 dBA, we came up with nothing higher than mid to high 50s. And I would say that the 100 dBA is something that wouldn't be exceeded down at the stage level. So we took that as to be our highest noise that we would see during any of the concert series. And then on Sunday night was their first concert, and we had 3 groups. And Mr. Underwood and I went down once the concert got started, went around to these same locations, and with the noise meter took our levels. Never did we exceed what the county noise ordinance allows. And again, they were in the mid to high 50 dBA range, which was below the county threshold. Now, is that a guarantee during some of the bigger concerts where the bigger names come in and bring their own equipment? We don't know. We'll be back like the board directed. But we saw nothing from the sound check nor the first concert that violated the county noise ordinance. Any questions? Concern?
I have a question.
Mr. Thomas?
With respect to relativity, Mr. Whiteman, 50 decibels is like what, a lawnmower?
Well, I'll put it this way. And let's say closest to the fairgrounds right there, that's the Buchanans. They live on top of the hill there. They came in at 58.3 dBAs with the music. Well, without the music, the ambient noise was 54 dBAs. And that means just standing there, Mr. Underwood and I talking to the husband and wife, everybody being quiet.
Traffic.
The ambient, yeah. Traffic
Going
down
by.
30, whatever bird noise, wildlife noise, the ambient dBAs were 54. So now don't get me wrong, in a lot of those locations, we could hear music. We didn't get no thunderous bass, which was a complaint when we had them folks here. And might we see that at the bigger shows? I don't know yet, because again, they've revamped their setup like the board asked, so we'll have to wait and see. But with the sound check that we set up and the first concert, we had nothing that exceeded the county noise ordinance.
Mr. Thomas, just to give you a reference, they're marketing new dishwashers for 50 to 55 dBA, and we sit and we watch TV while they're going nowadays. So.
And we hear them, kind of.
Correct.
Yeah.
It becomes background noise, but I mean, again, the bass is hard to pick up in the dBA range.
Well, the funny thing is there's a difference, and I just looked on the Google to see that very thing, and that's the example they used was dishwashers. But they said 50 is a quiet conversation, a quiet suburb, a quiet office, and then they classified 31 to 60 as quiet. But then they classify 100 as dangerous to human hearing. And for all of those who have been to rock concerts and
Oh,
stuff,
it was
close.
loud. Reggie and I were down there, and it was loud. We got the hell out of there. Yeah.
Okay, so the recommended limit for humans is around 85, but that was just for perspective for me, and that's what I wanted to know.
Yes, sir.
And I want to share with the board that I did get a couple calls around 9:30 that said the music appeared to be louder later than it was when we were there. So I think we may have to do a late one. I think we were there because I got in, the concert started at 6 and we stayed around to
Yeah,
about
we
8:30.
left out at 10 after 8.
10 after 8.
Yes, sir.
So I got home about 8:30, and then I got a call about 9:30 saying that they could hear the bass. The stage is pointed away from their property, so they can't hear the vocals, but they hear the bass. And I think that's really, the issue is it wasn't very much bass to me, but to them it's still a nuisance. But I assured them that we would continue to look at it, but because we want to continue to try to resolve it to see where we can reach a happy median. But we were there for both, like I said, sound check and for the concert. So and we tried to encircle the stage so the music is going away from the properties, so we could hear better the vocals on the other side. You could hear the music and you could hear some of the singing, but you couldn't hear that on the backside. You could only hear the bass. So I think that's probably atmospheric is going to have something to do with it.
Air density, the cooler it gets, the more travels.
And I think that's what happened later in the night. So I think we're going to have to check maybe later on in the night to see what that level goes to.
Mr. Underwood, as the summer gets warmer, that goes away.
Okay, that's good to know from the moisture.
One other thing I will share, the closest property is up on the hill here, this farmhouse. And then going around Meadow Farm Road to the backside, and last year, Mr. Underwood and I talked to a lot of people there. I don't think we're going to please all the people all the time. A lot of these folks we talked to, and especially the farmhouse on the hill, they loved it. They said they would come out, listen to it, and if they got tired of it, they'd go in the house. And could they still hear in the background? Yeah, but then it was over by 10 or 10:30. So our focus and my focus is there's a noise ordinance, and are we exceeding it? To me, that's what we can enforce.
Board members have any questions for Mr. Whiteman? Thank you, Nancy. Thank you, Mr. Whiteman.
Thank you, sir.
Next on the agenda, an update from Lifeway Services Summer Camp, Reverend Antonio Clinkscale.
Good evening, Chairman Underwood, Vice Chair Black.
Good evening.
Members of the board. My name is Antonio Cleanscales. I'm representing Lifeway Services. My voting district is Western Carolina. Stand before you representing Lifeway Services, seeking your support in our countywide summer program. Lifeway Services is an outpatient mental health counseling company that delivers an array of treatment to youth and adults. In addition, executes a summer youth program. Both are vital community-wide services for Carolina residents. Lifeway Services summer program is not a daycare for students, but rather to implement intentional, structured activities and lessons geared to meet the social emotional challenges facing many youth today, such as mindfulness exercises, anger, respect, and conflict resolution. We have assembled the most talented, skilled, and educated team of diverse professionals for a singular program, and with a singular goal of healing our children and families. Each member brings the highest level of mental health expertise to the table, who are committed to the overall well-being to Caroline, because all of us, except for one member, live in Caroline. A key part of our summer program is our devoted volunteers at each church location who equally are invested in the vision of healing by providing assistance in ensuring the flow of our camp is smooth. In March of this year, the CDC published an article indicating a stark reality concerning teen students and the pandemic, revealing that this age group during puberty continued to struggle socially and emotionally. This revelation touched each team member's heart, which prompted us into action, because doing nothing was not an option. Caroline is not outside of national and state statistics, but rather are nestled in the upper portion of the data, concluding that our children and families continue to wrestle with the effects of the pandemic and its impact on social norms, patterns of behavior, and professional and personal relationships. By hosting our summer camp program at 4 local churches, we provide a safe environment for teens to participate in a free 2-week program, potentially serving up to 75 students and families. And Lifeway Services added a parent or grandparent component whereby Dr. Jackson, a licensed marriage and family therapist, instructs and empowers parents on relevant strategies and principles of guiding children effectively through many of the challenges today. Our summer program is the foundation to a greater opportunity towards addressing the demands of Caroline residents. By collecting data and analyzing the results, will allow us to expand our services and reach to better aid our community. In addition, the data will also help us identify future partners and hire staff with those specific skills, expertise, and experiences. We will also use the data to seek grant resources because mental health is not just a one-size-fits-all, nor is it just a youth issue. But Lifeway Services desires to rise to new heights in healing those in need of help mentally and emotionally. Why consider supporting our summer program? Because our countywide summer program desired to develop and implement healing forums for individuals, youth and adults, small group, support groups, and mentoring sessions as a part of our overall strategy. Again, by having such a talented and diverse team who want to pour into our community, we can offer more services to help more people. Our Meaningful Summer program kicked off last week, achieving tremendous strides with our students and our faith partners. And there you see us standing at Second Baptist, where we were last week and this week, and we were transitioned to Third Mount Zion on next week. So here we see our faith partners: Third Mount Zion, County Line Baptist Church, Bowling Green Baptist. And again, we're at Second Baptist right now, but we've also partnered with Caroline's Promise. So our other faith, outside of our faith leaders, Lifeway Services continues our efforts to address food insecurity, specifically among our camp students, as well as the greater community. During the initial pandemic shutdown, Lifeway Services collected and delivered food boxes that helped over 35 families every 2 weeks for approximately 8 months. So our funding requests will provide needed resources to accomplish these goals of being an asset to the community at large. Over the next 2 years, our goal is to aid approximately 150 families, specifically those of our summer program, which will have an immediate and lasting impact on the dynamic of many families in Caroline. So lastly, I invite you out to our summer camp to observe and to witness the efforts that are going on in the community as of last week, and to see for yourself the great work that we are providing for students as well as for families. And at this time, if you have any questions, I can receive them at this time.
Thank you, Reverend Clinkscale. Mr. Forehand, any questions?
This is a faith-based program, I assume?
It is not.
It is
Lifeway
not.
Services is an LLC.
I'm sorry?
We're an LLC.
That's your business entity, but
Yes.
is your core structure, is it based around faith?
Everything that we do incorporates our faith belief. It's not something that we directly teach, but it's a part of what we do. We have partnered with the faith community to open up their facilities so that we can reach more students.
Okay.
We had a summer program about right before the pandemic. We had a summer program at our office location at that particular time, but we were only able to serve about 25 students. By reaching out to different areas of the county, we can reach more students.
But I guess to put it another way, is your foundational messages, are their foundation of them related to faith in some way?
It is related to faith, absolutely, but is based on our education and our experience.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Forehand. Mr. Black?
No.
Mr. Sealy?
Just one, have you talked to the school system about actually funding this at all?
I have shared with Dr. Calveric. She's aware of the summer camp. Funding has not come up. And we have no partnership right now with the school system, but it is something that we desire in the future.
Thank you.
Thank you, Reverend Clinkscale. Mrs. Long?
Yes, if a parent sees this, is watching YouTube, are there still places or spots available for the upcoming sessions, and how would they reach you?
No, absolutely. That's a great question. And we do have just a few slots available at the remaining churches at Third Mount Zion, County Line Baptist Church, and Bowling Green Baptist. They can contact me directly. I did not publicize it because this is our first year providing a camp of this nature that address specifically the social emotional needs of students. So it was really by invitation only. So we have not, we're looking at offering 10 to 15 students at each location. And so as of right now, we're about 12 or 13 at the remaining churches. So we do have a couple slots that we can open up to the greater community, and they can contact me directly through our website at lifewayservices.org, which also has my direct information on it
Okay,
to our office.
great. Hopefully anyone who needs it heard it. So
Absolutely.
thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mrs. Long. Mr. Thomas?
Thank you, Reverend Clinkscale. What you just said was a few slots at each location. So I take it each location is a different camp.
Yes.
Okay. And that's the one thing I wanted to make sure. So you're going to do, I guess, from the slides, at least 4 camps.
We're doing
during
4
this time.
camps of 2 weeks each.
Okay,
And that takes
okay.
us through the entire summer.
And you're a 501c3?
No, sir. We're for profit. We're a LLC.
Okay. For-profit. A for-profit?
Yes.
Okay, as opposed to a nonprofit?
Nonprofit, yes.
Okay. And you need a decision by when?
Yesterday? No, I'm just kidding. As soon as possible. Our camp started last week. We're in full throttle, so any support that will help us achieve our goals of expanding our services to really meet the needs of the students and parents. Right now, at Second Baptist, the number of students that we have are about 12. The majority of those are being raised by grandparents. So having this component helps the whole family and not just the student. So as we are seeing the needs increase and seeing different needs that we didn't recognize before, we are trying to expand our services so that we can have small groups, we can have individual sessions, we can have mentoring, we can offer more services to really help the students in particular.
Okay. Okay.
As we move forward.
All right. I think that was all I had for now.
Reverend Clinkscale, my only
Yes.
comment is the mission and the vision, I agree with 1,000%. Matter of fact, 15 years ago, the gentleman that started social emotional learning out of University of Wisconsin, I worked with him, and now that's just an acronym for most people, but it's real. I do have a couple concerns that I'll share with you, and I'll be honest with you. there are services that are being duplicated in the county that we do for, like social services, for example. What I'd like to see is a conversation between all of us for us giving money to a for-profit company puts us in a different place.
Mhm.
And I think when I know many of the board members I talked to about it, they've discussed it. That's a rabbit hole we don't want to go down, because then you open up the door for other things that may come into, and then you do one, you have to do the other. So we want to be
No,
mindful
absolutely.
and careful of that. But we agree with the mission. I think there's a way to accomplish what you're doing and getting to where you want to go with their children, and funding, if we can pull resources together, have a conversation. Right now, I think the cake is in the oven.
And
And I
that's
don't,
I understand that perfectly. And
Right.
definitely open to other avenues.
but I would like to sit down with you and have a discussion about what I think may be able, just give maybe a little bit of advice, free advice in terms of getting funding. And my conversation, I think social services, a couple other agencies, we get them involved, I think we can get to where you want to go.
Absolutely,
But,
and I would appreciate that.
And I think from the board's perspective, for the board to fund this would not be appropriate for a board of supervisors.
No, absolutely, and I appreciate that.
That's my comment. I'm not sure if other board members agree with me or not, but
We could ask him to go to social services to see if they could provide.
right, that was my thinking, was to go to social services to see if you can be a service to them for a fee for those children.
Oh, okay.
Since they're funded by the county and by the state and by the feds, I believe. So you have an opportunity. I know the county puts in about $500,000 into social services, but their total budget is well beyond that. And I think providing a service to them, reaching children that they're not reaching, would be an avenue as a revenue stream. But I think it would be inappropriate for the county to do that.
Absolutely, and I thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you.
Have any more questions from the board members? Thank you, sir.
Thank
Have a good evening. Next on the agenda is the consent agenda. Anyone wish to discuss any thing on the consent agenda? Mr. Forehand.
I have none this time.
All right, Mr. Black.
I just have one question on P.
On P?
Yep.
Okay. Mr. Sealy.
Yeah, I'd like to pull item, I believe it is F, the appropriations for schools.
Is that the supplemental, or is it?
No, the regular appropriating by, so I guess it's E.
Right, so okay, yep, E, all right. Mrs. Long, anything? Mr. Thomas?
I don't believe I had any.
Thank you. I'd like to discuss item C, the authorization to submit C is in cat. So without, if there are no more changes, I would accept a motion to accept the consent agenda with the exception of C, E, and P.
So moved.
Second.
So there's a motion by Mr. Black and Mr. Thomas, second by Mrs. Long. All in favor, say aye.
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 Motion carries. Agenda item, consent agenda item C is one that I would like to just have a discussion. I know that we've submitted applications in the past for VDOT grants, and we've had some discussion about why those VDOT grants have not been approved. And I was hoping we'd be able to have a discussion, just are we in better shape, and do we understand the requirements for the grant without being outside of the guidelines? And I don't know who can answer that.
Maybe,
Mr. Underwood, David is, Mr. Sadler's on vacation.
Yeah.
On vacation,
So I don't
but
know if anybody.
I was gonna say,
Mr. Thomas, yes.
Broadband committee is here.
I missed the meeting last night because I was still reading, so.
Yeah, I
We
mean,
did
I can be happy
broadband.
to answer that.
Yeah, Mr. Thomas?
We got one of our persons. It's good to see.
Hey, I'm Jason Jacobus. I can answer any of the questions about that discussion that you have.
Yeah, I think the reality and our committee met over and over again, right, Jason?
Yep.
But the point that was taken for us not winning the grant last year was that our application, while it covered 90% of the uncovered people, it did not cover 100%.
Correct.
And I think you were on the call when we went over with the Department of Housing what minor points we could get, and I think the committee's going to address those with the people that put the grant together for us. But the big thing is we had an RFP, if the board will remember, last month that we awarded that covered the missing area. So our application this go round should cover the entire county that isn't provided for already.
Okay.
So
And we use that RFP opportunity to, interview those 6 top clients and then
Right.
have a backup in case our number 1 choice, I won't name names, but I can. But number 2 is ready to fill in backup for that VATI grant application. So in consent agenda, there is also the recommendation for the
consultant we had.
the consultant, because the consultant helped us last time, and they understood how we were second from not receiving VATI funding behind Spotsylvania, as discouraging as that was. We're going to try again. We're going to do better. We're going to have 100% universal coverage in that plan, and then we'll also do the other things: increased county,
Coverage.
Talking to community members, that outreach. So we'll
That was one of
do
the
as much
things.
as we can there.
Yeah, that was one of the things we didn't get as many points as we could have on our application.
And just those little things may have taken us down, just that much. So it's very crucial that, and hopefully the same amount of funding exists. Well, there will hopefully be some for this round. So we want to make that grant as, attractive as we can.
Well, I know the feds just made an additional $200 billion available
Yeah, and
for rural broadband.
we've directed our consultant to look at those particular items
Right.
because we are approaching one funnel of money,
Correct.
but there are multiple funnels of money out there, and I really don't care where the money comes from as long as we get it and get broadband. So I think that's what I asked the committee, in particular, Mr. Sadler, to direct our consultant to look for those.
Right. Yeah, because my concern after I was on the phone, we were not approved of the last grant,
Right.
where I thought there were things within our control that we should have been aware of and addressed within the application. And I want to make sure our consultant understands the urgency for us regarding this grants, and they need to be every I dotted, every T crossed to ensure that it doesn't come back and say we need to talk to more constituents, we need to serve a certain area. All of those things should be, as a consultant, I would think they would have ensured that they understood fully the requirements for the grant. And those would have been in the application, but sounds like you guys went through it thoroughly and you've done all you can.
Looking back, and you can go out on the website now, you can see the other counties' applications. You can see the same letters of recommendation that we got from, Rob Whitman and other, people. So what did they have in a sense that maybe allowed them to be ahead of us? I still think it's maybe some more of those super conglomerates like the Orange County area, Charlottesville area, where it covers 7 counties. There's so much strength behind that that worked. Now we've thought about that, but I think for where we are being left behind, sandwiched between those counties, albeit Spotsylvania is was the number one that did not
Right.
receive that funding. So,
Yeah, I want to remove all the excuses that they
exactly.
gave us.
Well, there are some things that we did on the first one that we won, and that was people that wanted broadband signed petitions. I know the ones on different roads in my district did, and the people in Nancy's district sent a ton of emails, I think it was. So we need to have that same kind of effort that we can put at the end of the packet. And the other thing is the consultant is not like me, because I tend to think outside the box. And one of the things that we said we were going to do is make sure we include community centers. That was a point where we didn't get enough points. Well, to me, every church in the county is a community center.
Correct.
So we're going to reach out to all the churches in the county to make sure we can get them on internet, and they will have access for their community activities. So we'll get points for those sort of things. Fire stations, we can cover now with our E1 money. Is that what it is? What's it called again? Yeah, it's the money the schools use.
E-rate.
Thank you. So, I mean, we do cover those fire stations, libraries now, but that's another case for, community center, and make sure we are as, totally committed as possible on this particular application.
So the grant will be submitted in August. So provided that everything gets approved tonight, that means by July, we need to have the momentum build and getting those letters, getting those businesses letters, get everybody fired up about it. Because by the time we meet in August, we should be dotting the i's and crossing t's on that.
Well, hopefully, with those letters, because people can't send email, they don't have internet. So.
Oh, they got phones.
They've
got cell phones.
They got telephone. So hopefully we can get information to them that they can send a letter to our committee to be submitted as part of our request for grant approval. So the more the merrier. So all the information, and perhaps we can get it on the website, that we would be requesting our citizens to send in letters to the county requesting approval of that grant by the state, so we can move forward with broadband.
David's enjoying his time off, much needed, but
Yeah.
He's got a fire lit under him to get to this point. So now I think it's beyond him and even the broadband advisory committee to get to be the whole county, because I think we can do it. We're almost there. We just need everyone behind us.
Okay.
Mr. Underwood. I have
Mrs.
a
Long?
question. When we did the last one, Mr. Thomas, that did Port Roll 17 and part of your district, when I got the first map, which I guess came off the county website from GIS, but I said, wait a minute, you're missing this business, you're missing this house that went up last year. There's a house back there in the woods you can't see. And we added like 20 or 30 houses and 5 businesses because they weren't on the map at that time, because I guess the picture hadn't been updated. So I'm just saying, we as board members who are in the new area that's being applied for, we might want to look at the maps and just make sure, see if we can get the numbers up a little bit for you, because I know the businesses gave us brownie points last time.
And also, if I understand the process correctly, I believe that the private part of the public-private partnership needs to approach the county and get that GIS plot. So hopefully they're starting with a fresh set of data to go from.
Yeah, because the state maps are slightly incorrect would be an understatement. The other thing we need to talk about, and I thought you were going to add this, is we have people in the one we're doing now, which is supposed to be completed by the end of the year, but because of supply chain, maybe a little longer. But we have people who are like across the street from the connection. And I've got it going down Balti Road, and it stopped and then made a turn. And the guy at the end of the road says, well, I can see it. How do I connect? So we've got to figure out ways to connect. And I think the committee is going to try to go ahead and touch base with one of the providers to see what those costs would be. And we could fill in some of the holes instead of waiting for later. So, and a great deal of the county as a whole.
That was one of the RFP questions, and it benefited one particular provider, and they were willing to make that a priority, if they were selected. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Any other comments from the board? Thank you, sir. Good luck, okay?
Yeah, thank you.
We need it.
Thank you for all your work.
Agenda item, and I think we'll just approve them all after we discuss them, if that's okay, board members. Agenda item E, Mr. Sealy.
Yeah, I just wanted to, actually, I should have pulled one other because one of the interesting things is that I don't think that everybody's aware of is that the school system also received a significant increase in their sales tax this year, an additional $200,000 that went into their budget. But I wanted to talk a little bit about the budget that we're looking at for this next year, because in that budget, just so everybody's aware, there's an additional $12,300,000 in federal funds coming to the school system, and that's $1 million more than last year. And when you take the additional funds from the state and the federal government, the school budget as appropriated through the normal process for us is $53,615,979. When you put their additional funds in that they're getting from the federal government and additional state funds, their budget for next year will be $68,827,600, which is a tremendous increase, which is sort of why I asked Reverend Klingscales, because some of that's for social and emotional learning, and in the federal funds that are actually coming to them in the $12,300,000, it's just a tremendous amount of money. So just so everybody's mindful of what the new school budget is and what that effect is on the county, I think we need to all be mindful of, because they've never had a $68 million budget. And I just think that there are some things the school system could do that we couldn't with that kind of additional funding.
Thank you, Mr. Sealy. Any other board member comments?
Can I ask a question on that?
Yes, sir.
This resolution we have doesn't say what that special fund expenditure is, right? It's the 12,300,000, it doesn't say where that goes. We had that before, didn't we?
Mrs. Smith. All right.
Yes, sir. We would typically have that. However, because the state's budget actually was approved at such a late time, I believe that Mrs. Stevens was not able to prepare the breakout for those special funds.
What was that? I thought somebody else said something else. So we don't know where.
We do not have the breakout for that 12.3 million.
I would imagine most of it's going in various line items that we've had in the past, just different numbers. There may be some other specific new line items that need to be created for specialized funding that we don't have yet, but it's all federal and state money passed into that, which was no local money. It's usually specific initiatives that they have to undertake.
Right. So it's, I guess, allocated funds as they come in.
Correct.
So we may or may not be able to use, or they may or may not be able to use them for other purposes. They're pretty much
correct
for a specific thing.
Specific uses, yes, usually.
Okay.
That is where their ESSER funds, things of that sort, are found.
Okay, now I have a question for you guys. We normally do an updated resolution for the school board in July when we had a meeting in July. I guess we do it in August now. Is that what we're going to see this in August? The updated numbers from the schools on what the 12 million is?
No, that just goes into our budget. So the appropriation resolution has always been by category, and
Right.
special funds are its own category.
Right.
So anything within that is revenue in from the state, and then their expenditures by various line items that we have built into our budget that they give us. So we can give you a copy of that once the budget is complete, but it's not any more board action on that once it's appropriated.
So they gave us the category breakdown.
Yeah. I mean, that's what we get already. But I seem to recall in past years there was always an adjustment in July or in August, budget things may change or something like that. That may or may not be the case this
Possible. If they
year.
need to adjust the
Okay.
overall special funds beyond what's in this resolution that's in front of you tonight, yes, that would have to come back to you. But the individual lines of where they're spending that, they will give us that, and it'll ultimately be in our budget and in our accounting system. And so we can show you what those are once, and I expect to have those next week.
Mr. Chairman.
Okay, can I say one last one?
Yes.
Because I understand budgets and things like that, but my issue is we never really have an actual number. In other words, this is how much was actually spent in this category, and this is how much we're budgeting
No,
from year to year.
No, we won't know that till the fall.
And that's a heartburn kind of problem, because if you don't spend what's in a particular category and it looks like we're only increasing it by 500,000, but we're really, like in education, increased it by 1.3, 1.3, 1.6, 1.9 in the last 5 years. So
Instruction, yes,
that's just an instruction, actual versus the budget approval.
correct.
So here we are again, and we don't know. I'd like to know, or at least believe, that there's enough money in the actual from this year versus the budget proposed that they can give the raises they want to give. But how do I do that without being able to get close to the numbers in June 30th?
You can't get there June 30th.
You really have to look at, that's the misnomer, is that when you're doing that budget, you don't have all of the data that you need to really make an educated decision.
But see, that's my heartburn. I'm going to the grocery store with $100, I spend $90, and then I come back the next week and say, I need $110 because things went up.
Yeah, but you really.
But my budget was whatever, and it could be the reverse. Again, my point would be, if we were close to the same financial system, I could at least run a report and say, okay, this looks like what the actual number is. So I'm just putting in my bid for one financial system, again, because I could at least run a report and say, this is what your actual is right now. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas. Mr. Black.
Yeah, I just got a quick question. These funds, this 12 point whatever million, this was coming from a couple of years ago. This was COVID money from a couple of years ago, correct? This is not brand new money that they're receiving that they haven't spent yet. So in other words, wasn't this money allotted several years ago and then they have to spend it by 2024?
No, this is their actual budgeted revenues for this year.
So this is new money that they never, this is new money that they never were given in 21 or 22 from COVID money, because I thought they had like 3-year special funds and special grants that because Dr. Calveric had come up to us and said, hey, look, they had hired 14, 15 people and they have them for 3 years.
Right.
I thought that was the money that we're talking about here, is that they've got X money left over.
No,
this
it's
is
new money.
this is new money.
Mr. Black, you're right on the dates.
This
Dr.
would be
Calveric
new
is shaking
revenue.
her head no.
Okay, would you like to? Okay.
So Dr. Calveric, I guess the question is, that is not new money, is what you're saying?
A portion of the money is new, and we can certainly provide you with a greater breakdown
No, we
now
don't-
that
we
we
don't need
have
to-
General Assembly information.
No.
But much of that money is pandemic related that hasn't
Yes.
been spent. And we also received grant money during 21-22. None of those funds, or the majority of those funds, are being withheld because we have until 2024. So
Right,
we're
not-
being very
Dr. Calveric,
strategic in
wait,
spending
wait a minute.
those.
I'm not talking, that we understand that the money that you have and were given doesn't have to be spent till, I believe, September of 24, if I'm not mistaken.
Correct.
And so I don't want to you're not talking about that money.
Sure.
We're only talking about the
I can
amount
tell
of
you
new
that
money.
special
So-
grants,
Yes.
which is also special funds, they're synonymous, has only increased by $583,000.
So-
for this
so it's not-
fiscal year.
For this fiscal year, so it's not
Correct.
$1,000,001, it's five.
Correct.
And that total amount of new money is,
$583,000 of new money above what was expected.
right. So what was your expected amount of money, the total pool?
I don't know that number off the top of my head. I'd have to go back to some other documents I don't have with me this evening. But I can share with you that our true operations
say it's
increase
580?
collectively was 6.1 million, and that included the 500 and all revenue streams and 583,000 with textbooks, special grants, and food service
Right.
included.
Yeah, I saw that. You sent that to us. I think Mr. Seeley's comment was about new money, not the old money.
Sure. I would
So-
have to break that down for you and get that to you in terms of that exact dollar amount where Mr. Seeley was mentioning was it 11 or
12.3
12
million.
million. We can break that down for you and tell you what
12.3.
years those are associated and which grants those are associated with as well.
Right. So what you're
Oh, so that's
saying,
carryover money is what you're saying?
No,
The 12.3 million, the special funds, is 580,000 more than what you got last year.
$583,000 of new money.
So you got 11,800,000 last year?
No.
See, I
You're
just
making it
subtracted
confusing.
12.5 from.
Absolutely.
Something not right.
We have $583,000 of new money when you combine, or an increase. Let's say increase. We have a $580,000 increase in this line item
I understand.
for FY23.
Which is
That
the
is
12
inclusive of
12.3
special
million.
funds, textbooks, and food service. So it's a $583,000 increase over last
Over
year's
last
number.
year.
We have
Yeah.
three different, we have different numbers.
Correct.
Right. And so,
Wait a minute, I got one question. Whose numbers are these, Mr. Collier or Ms. Smith? Okay, so it says that your budget next year is $68,827,600 total budget. I'm just trying to sync up the numbers because I've got a sheet that came from the school system. It's
in the
on our
packet.
desk. It's on our desk.
It's 2E.
it's in
So-
there, Clay.
Is that number correct?
When you look at all of the data that is included within that document, the total all expenditures is
68 million.
68 million. Thank you so much. $827,600.
Right.
But the special fund last year was 11,200 and something thousand.
Correct. And as I mentioned previously, we have received a series of 21-22 grants, which have moved into this pot of fund, but have not yet been spent
Thank you.
because we have to 2024 to do so.
But I
So
thought we
when
talked about that you had spent those special funds because we talked about the HVAC at the middle school.
Much of this is for HVAC. Yes, sir. You could quickly pull off millions of dollars to address those HVAC, but we have not yet paid for that service at this time, but it has to be spent by 2024.
So it is, what Mr. Thomas said, carryover money.
No.
No, that is not how you would describe grant funds.
That's not what I'm trying to say.
Operation carryover is different,
Okay,
right?
what, just to make sure I'm clear, what you said is this 12.295,
Yes, sir.
12.3 is 580 some $1,000 more than what you got last year for this particular line item.
More than what was budgeted last year.
More
Yes,
than what
sir.
budgeted last year.
Correct.
Okay, now there's a question because you said that includes the school fund, school cafeteria fund, but we have another line item for school cafeteria fund.
It's all under that header. They all come under that umbrella category. So when you look at food service, the FY22 adopted for food service was 2.3 million. The FY23 adopted is 2.3 million. And that is actually a difference of $52,009. So that is an increase of that $52,009.
I'm not sure I understand because we have a different category.
And you were looking at different documents. I'm looking at the presentation we shared with the school board last evening in order to approve a budget last night because we need an approved budget by June 30th per
Right, so
code.
what you have on your computer is different than the sheet Ms. Stevens gave us.
I don't have the ability right this second to do a crosswalk, but I certainly can do that and get back with you if you have specific information. So I'm looking at, what row are you looking at? You're looking at school cafeteria fund where it says
I
expenditures.
think Mrs. Long is going to give it to you. I was going to give you a thumb drive so we could all see it at the same time.
I have that document pulled up. I just haven't been able to do a crosswalk. So which line are you referencing? The expenditures?
It is expenditures and we've got school operating fund, which is the 6 categories we
Right.
have. Then we've got school special fund, which is
Right.
the 13 million, school textbook fund,
Right.
school cafeteria fund.
Correct.
Okay, but you said special fund included cafeteria fund, and we've got 2 separate things. Did
Mr.
I
Cully,
miss-
you may be able to come up and provide clarity for understanding.
The cafeteria fund is separate. I think what she said was the total of all of their funds are 68 million, which totals up, I don't have the sheet in front of me, but on here, the 68 million number. That includes cafeteria, includes special funds, includes textbook, includes operation.
Right. Everything,
Everything
okay.
other than debt service.
Stop right there.
We have.
We all agree. Okay, we all agree the budget is 68 million with all those things together. Go ahead.
All right. I think that the hangup is on the special funds where we're talking about they got more than they told us. So in our budget presentation to the board, the information we had from Marshall and what they had from the state was around 10 million in special funds. They ultimately are receiving 12 million. So they received 6 million some odd dollars in ESSER funds, CARES, whatever their correct acronym
Just say
is.
cold.
In 22, they're getting that same amount, just like the county did. We've got to check again for some more ESSER funds that we've got to appropriate to ultimately the broadband matching grants. But so we consider it new money. Some of it is projects that are ongoing for them, but you are getting more money than what you anticipated just a couple of months ago.
583,000.
More than what you had, but
Correct, in
it's
special
almost 2 million more than what we thought a couple of months ago. Because the number we had was
Okay.
10
We
million
don't-
that we got from
all right.
Marcia that we put into the budget for special funds.
And I cannot respond to that.
I know
difference,
that,
So I need to go back and look.
But I'm just want you to know that's where we were coming with that you were getting more money than what you thought.
We
Because
are.
that's what we were thinking. But the numbers that y'all have in front of you are the correct numbers. The county's putting in what we had said we were going to put in. They are getting 500 and some thousand more than last year in these special funds. They're getting even more than we thought several months ago was which we are. So we're kind of both saying similar things.
Okay.
Just spending our data points
Okay.
different.
Wait,
What was like?
hold up, gentlemen, hold up. Go ahead, finish, Mr. Cullen.
You know, that's it.
right.
The numbers in the resolution we've asked you to appropriate is correct.
Correct, thank you. Mr. Black.
So, and just to clarify on this, a lot of the funds that are these ESSER funds and so forth, and I'm not a school finance genius, but a lot of them are tied directly to something. Like, in other words, they are not tied directly to teacher pay raises. I mean, we can say all day long, you
No.
got $12 million and you're not giving teachers pay raises. The reality behind it, it might be for building or for infrastructure, which has nothing to do with
Absolutely.
teacher pay raise. So they are,
Operation. That's
Yes,
Right.
they are.
operation,
Yes.
construction category.
they are mandated to something.
You are able to fund positions, but it is very transparent in that these are grant funded and they will
Okay.
expire once the grant funding is no longer. And it would not be a responsible use of funds to do recurring costs.
Dr. Calvert, I think for me, that you send a report in regarding your spending to the state, correct? Regarding these
Correct.
funds,
Annual school report.
the annual school report. I think it would be beneficial for the board to go through the annual report and take a look so we better understand where those funds are spent.
Sure, we're
And-
happy to
and
have
I
a joint
think-
board meeting with you for
and-
that.
I believe it's on the DOE website.
It
that
is.
You can go and take a look at because it clearly outlines what those funds can be spent for. There are outlines for each grant from the state, what you can, like some school districts purchase buses, for example. So
Correct.
there's, the crevice is quite wide, actually. So, we keep saying that you can't do this, can't do that. There are a lot of things you can do, certain things you cannot do.
Correct.
So I think we just need to be more educated ourselves. I mean, I look at it and I hate to be the person that always discusses your funding, because I think we all should take the time to go in and take a look at it, so we're educating ourselves as to what and how the funding comes to you and what is available, what's availed for.
So are you interested in understanding the parameters of the pandemic funds in terms of K-12 education, or do you want to look at the annual school report in terms of the whole operations budget?
Well, I understand the K-12 funding pandemic money quite well. So
that is
I'm
not
okay.
what you're interested in, the 12 million. You want to look at the annual school report and better understand that document.
Well, Mr. Sealy we're concerned about the 12 million, 12.3 million.
Because it looks like, I mean, it's additional funding. This takes your budget to $68 million,
Correct.
which is
What was it last year?
61.
Approximately 60.
Okay, 60. So it's up another 8 million.
And
Well, and we do have $6.1 million
And
of new state funding.
Yeah.
But that's my point, is that it's considerably higher than I thought it would. I mean, I was surprised. So could we, and I'm only focused on, I knew you had additional state money coming, but because this 12 million doesn't seem to be going down, can we see a breakdown of when that came and what it's expended on? Because you're saying that the money for the middle school HVAC system's already in this 12 million, but it's still here in cash.
That is correct, because we are just procuring all of the contractual obligations and we'll be moving forward with the work in the near future.
So can we see how all of this is actually expended, or where you foresee this being expended, the 12 million?
We are very transparent with our spending. We do a report every 6 months. So that is something that's readily accessible that we can provide to you.
Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Calvary. Any other questions? Last one, Mr. Thomas.
Dr. Calveric, the budget for instruction last year was 34.5 million, 34,597, 391. And the budget for this year on this sheet we have is 36,990, which would be an increase of $2,393,488. How much in raises will the instruction personnel get based on that?
Sure. We were very innovative with the funding we received from the state, and we were able to utilize at-risk funding as well as some other pots to create a 7% salary increase for all employees. We also, in light of the January 1 $12 minimum wage increase, are doing targeted compensation for about 12 to 13 different employee groups. We were able to not only bring the 0 year of experience salaries for custodians, paraeducators, et cetera, to $12 for 0 years of experience, but we also were able to modify the pay grades so that we did not build in tremendous compression. And so we utilized not only some of the state money, but we had health savings that we were tapping into to accomplish some of that. We are also giving $1,000 bonuses, sign-on bonuses to our staff when they signed by May 27th at, I believe, 4:30 p.m. They would receive a $1,000 Caroline commitment bonus. So
Where does that come from? Does that come from
we are
the
using
instruction
the
budget?
FY, but yes, sir. Well, it depends on who the employee is, determines where the funding comes from. But if they're instructional, it comes from the instruction pot, and that is from the FY22 source of funding.
So you said 7% raise was what you're giving,
Yes.
and this $1,000 raise you're giving to people for a sign-on bonus. Do you know how much that turned out to be?
I would have to go back to human resources to get the final breakdown. We have approximately 700 employees, and I do believe it was over 550 employees that had signed by May 27th, but please don't quote me on that number. I would want to get an accurate data point.
Well, you
for
said before, and I think that the mail you sent us, you've got 300 and some teachers. So I was Just curious, trying to match that up.
Right, and it is for all employees,
Right.
both licensed as well as those that receive a letter of appointment.
All right, my point was to try to get you close to the 10% you were talking about. This $1,000 may help based on salary, but if they all get
Right.
1,000, that's great for the lower tier employees. And
Well, that
helps
is a
retain them.
one-time bonus,
Right.
so there's no, unfortunately, no VRS impact. That's the downside of a bonus. But the targeted compensation to those pay grades and employment categories that did not yet reach that $12 minimum are going to see far beyond 7%, which is great. That's what
Which should
we're
be.
hoping for.
Which it
Yes,
should
sir.
be. Yes.
Yes, sir.
Well, why can't you pay everybody $1,000 a day for one day?
If you
And
want
then
to
it's-
partner in that project, Mr. Thomas, I'd be happy to partake.
Then it would be part of their salary and it would be VRS capable.
Correct.
Well, okay. All right.
But we will be
Good
sure to
job.
get those data points back to you, both the related grant funds as well as set up a time to go over the ASR.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Calveric, for your input. Any other questions from board members? You satisfied, Mr. Sealy?
I'm good, Mr. Underwood.
All right, then we'll move on to consent agenda item P.
Is Mr. Shebel here? Or I think that would be his, right?
Hello,
Okay. Mr. Shebel, how are you?
I'm fine. I'm on
He's
vacation.
off, he's
How are you?
on vacation.
Just a quick question, seriously. The partial roof, why are we doing a partial roof as opposed to a whole roof?
Because we've already done various pieces of this roof as we've budgeted for it over time. So I think the auditorium's been done already, so it's just another piece that they budgeted for.
Is it a completely separate part of a roof from, like, it's not connected to another part?
I can't answer that, but I would suspect so, yes. They had broken down and looked at what they needed to fix over a period of years and then budgeted for that.
Okay.
Yeah, the building is built in multiple.
Yeah, different sections. Okay. That's all. Thank you. That's all I needed.
All right, members of the board, we have discussed consent agenda items C, E, and P. How do we wish to proceed?
Move to approve consent agenda.
All right, there's a motion to approve agenda items C, E, and P.
I'll second.
There's a second by Mr. Forehand. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's almost 7:30, but we're going to go into closed session. And then we'll come back and we'll do public comment. Hopefully, the closed session shouldn't take us any more than 10 or 15 minutes. And then we'll move forward with the agenda. We have a conversation that needs to take place with our legal counsel before. So, Mr. Black, if you'll read the motion.
I move that this board convene and close meeting pursuant to number one, the real estate exemption of section 2.2 3711A3 of the Code of Virginia for discussion with staff regarding the potential acquisition of real estate by the county for a solid waste convenience site and future solid waste transfer station in the Ladysmith area, where discussion in an open meeting would adversely affect the county's bargaining position or negotiating strategy. And two, the consultation with legal counsel to contract exemptions of section 2.2 3711 A8 A29 of the Code of Virginia for consultation with the county attorney and discussion with staff regarding specific legal matters associated with pending solar applications, as well as the negotiation of related project siting agreements where discussion in an open meeting would adversely affect the county's bargaining position or negotiating strategy.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, we'll now go into closed session. We'll be back hopefully in 15 minutes. I'll call the Caroline County Board of Supervisors meeting back to order. I'll take a motion to come out of closed session.
So moved.
Second.
Motion, proper second, that we come out of closed session. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Mr. Black, certification, please.
I move that the Caroline County Board of Supervisors certify that that to the best of each board member's knowledge, one, only public business matters lawfully exempted from the open meeting requirement by Virginia law were discussed in closed meeting to which this certification applies, and two, only such public business matters were identified in the motion convening the closed session were heard, discussed, or considered by the board.
Mr. Forehand, do you so certify?
I so certify.
Mr. Black, do you so certify?
I so certify.
Mr. Sealy, do you so certify?
I so certify.
Ms. Long, do you so certify?
I say certify.
Mr. Thomas, do you so certify?
I'm so certified.
And I so certify. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. We're now going to go into our public comment. Public comment is the time for any citizen or anyone has comments that are not specific to our agenda to discuss. Please limit your comments to 3 minutes. Please state your name, your magisterial district. Please don't direct your comments to anyone other than the chair. And public comment is now open. Is there anyone who'd like to speak during public comment?
Good evening.
Good evening.
I was reading the rules that since the solar has been deferred, I can speak on that because it's not tonight. They're not hearing it tonight. The one solar project, the Pruitt.
That's been deferred.
I think it says that in here, so I'm allowed to talk about that. Is what I'm
I
asking.
believe so.
Okay. Yeah, my name's Ira North, new property owner here in Caroline County. I'm in Woodford. Is where my place is at on Woodford Road. Just bought 170 acres down there. One of the tax maps, 29A6, I got about 2,000 foot of border against the Pruitt proposed solar farm, solar power plant they would have put in. And, real excited about getting out here with my family and farming. We farm over in Spotsylvania now. And, I just wanted to speak a little bit about, it's zoned rural preservation. We were really excited about that when we bought the property, agricultural preservation. It's like stepping back in time when you get down to Woodford. It's a beautiful area. Not a lot going on down there, which was exactly what we were looking for. With it being zoned resource protection area along the river, resource management area, a floodplain, it's a wetland down there. There's certain properties down there you can't step foot on because big corporations had to buy them to get wetland points. You can't even walk across them. I'm shocked that the county would even consider letting a solar farm be put right along that Mattapani resource. I mean, it's a gorgeous river. You can walk around in there. It's hard rock bottom, very little sediment, moving water, clear. And if you allow that solar project to go down, it's just going to create all kinds of runoff, chemical, and it's going to destroy and just torture the land out there. Nothing's going to grow under those panels. Like I said, I'm out in Spotsylvania now. They put that 3,000 plus acre eyesore out there. It's a power plant is what it is. You can't see it on Google Earth because they're ashamed of themselves and they haven't updated the imagery. They've updated it all around that project, but not over that project. I've been there. I've been on site. I've seen it many times. The watershed is destroyed. There's runoff everywhere. There's silt everywhere. Nothing's going to grow. It's owned by big corporations. They're absentee. They don't live here. They don't work here. Their families don't grow up here. Their children, children don't go to school here. And it's just a shame that we can't just keep something pure and clean and a place we can enjoy. And these companies are going to come in from out of town. I'm a contractor. I'm in construction. And these companies, whoever gets awarded the project, is going to come in from out of town. They're going to bring all their workers in from out of town. They're going to get per diem. They're going to stay in hotels, and they're not going to be from around here. It's not going to be a short-term benefit for the residents. Maybe some labor jobs, but nothing to really shake a stick at. They're going to come in and bring in their equipment from out of state, and they're going to run it from out of state, and everything's going to be out of state money, out of state dollars. All the equipment's going to come from overseas. None of it's going to be built around here or made around here. It's not going to benefit the county at all in that regard. And I'm speaking from experience because I'm an industrial contractor, so I know how they do things. And that's fine. Some places already have that, in motion all over the country. And some of the big developed areas, there's no turning back, but we don't need to do that here in Caroline County. And I just ask that you guys would consider that and just stand up for the rural character of the county as you have, and you've done a great job with it. The place is beautiful. I'm happy to be a new property owner here, and I hope that you can consider those things and just keep that in mind when you're making the decisions about these solar proposals. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
What was his last name?
North.
Ira Newell.
Thank you, Ira.
Is there anyone else who'd like to speak during public comment?
Good evening. I'm Ray Siebel, Port Royal District. I went on, I Googled in order to find out what the agenda was for tonight.
Yes, sir.
And I was surprised that part of them is some text changes to the county ordinances. And I could not find any place where I could read what those proposed text changes are going to be. So how in the world do you publicize this stuff to the community that you're changing the county ordinances? I mean, the Caroline Progress has gone out of business and very few people get the freelance star. And I, for one, have got a bare minimum cell phone. So every time I try to download something, it freezes everything up. I can't email. I can't do anything with it. Hey, I just wanted you to know I couldn't find what the text changes were going to be. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. And we'll work on that. It should be on the county website, but we'll. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak regarding any matter?
Good evening.
Good
My
evening.
name is Carrie Gonzalez. I'm in the Port Royal District, and I'm here in support of solar coming to Caroline County, especially for the tax revenue for our schools. As a parent with 2 children in the middle school, the schools desperately need it, especially the middle school. And I think these projects, which are not ginormous, would be of great benefit. And they do really look after the rivers and the things like that. They don't build up right against them if you look at the plan. So before making a decision, I encourage you to look at the plans and what is really entailed in these projects, because I think not only will it protect wetland areas, but will also benefit the county with the tax money that could come in.
Thank you.
Thank you.
If anyone would like to speak, would you please come down forward so we wouldn't have to wait for people to walk down the aisle? Let's have a seat on the front row if you would speak.
Try to walk
Yes, sir.
fast. Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the board. My name's Skylar Zunk. I've been before you several times, formerly on behalf of Conservatives for Clean Energy and the Land and Liberty Coalition. Just don't want to speak to any project specifically this evening, but want to commend you all and especially commend county staff on taking such a long view as you consider some of these projects. I know you guys are paying close attention to the legislation that's come down from Richmond governing some of these projects, as well as new regulations from the Governor's Department of Environmental Quality. Appreciate you guys taking a look at those and actively considering those new regulations and laws as you permit projects here. I encourage you all to continue to engage with the property owners and residents here in Caroline County who want to bring these projects to you all for hopefully eventually a vote soon. We've shared earlier with you today a petition in support of solar development here in Caroline County with 56 different Caroline County families adding their name to the petition, urging you all to take deliberate steps forward in support of clean energy developments. In April, I also hosted a community meeting right here in Bowling Green and invited as many folks, all of these petition members and in the entire county via social media and text messages to the event, asking them to come out, learn about what these projects do, learn about specific projects with maps that we were able to put in front of them, and was able to talk to 12 to 15 different Caroline residents, many of whom became solar supporters as neighbors of these projects by the time they had left our community meeting. So urge you all to move forward in the consideration and approval of these projects. Thanks so much for your work. I know you guys have been thinking probably too much about solar for the last year plus. It's really impressive. And I said this before and I'll say it again. I think you guys are serving as a leader for other counties as they permit these projects in a smart, environmentally responsible way. So thank you.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak during public comment?
Good evening. My name is George Spinner. I live in the Mattapanai district. Last October, I purchased a aluminum carport for my driveway. Last week, I got a reassessment on my property value which included, because of the improvement that I made with this carport. I was pretty shocked to find out that the reassessment of my property went up 2.5 times what I paid for the carport, which I found a little bit disconcerting. And I've already filed an appeal with the Commissioner of the Revenue's office. What I was told was that they don't know if there's anything they can do about it because the assessment guidelines set by the company you all hired last year to reassess everybody's property is pretty much what they're using for this. And I just find it a real concern that while I expected my assessment to go up, I did not expect it to go up 2.5 times over what I paid for the carport. And I just wonder if maybe other people might be having the same situation or concern. And I'm wondering if maybe you all need to be using something else for assessing, improvements to people's properties. So that's all I wanted to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Spinner. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak during public comment? Is there anyone else who'd like to speak during public comment? Lastly, is there anyone else who'd like to speak during public comment? Seeing no one coming forward, public comment is now closed. We will move on in the agenda to item number 3, our public hearings. Our first public hearing is Virginia Department of Transportation FY 2023-2028 Secondary System 6-Year Improvement Plan.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, your first public hearing tonight is our second attempt to adopt a 6-year secondary improvement plan for the county. If you recall, the board previously had a public hearing on this matter and adopted the 6-year plan. However, at that time, we had identified a potential project or two for consideration that were not included in that original public hearing. And on the advice of VDOT, they recommended that we advertise and hold a second public hearing for the addition of specifically Caroline Street and discussion, I believe, of Liberty Fork Road as a potential pave in place or rural rustic road project. Mr. Kyle Bates, who is the residency administrator for the Fredericksburg district, is here tonight and can address any questions that the board might have about the 6-year program.
Chairman, Vice Chairman, members of the board, thank you all for having me here tonight. I'm not going to go over a whole lot more than what Mr. Fincham already said. We are seeking your approval on the secondary 6-year plan so we can move forward. We did put this forward last month, but with the new addition, we wanted to make sure that we got it back in front of you all. That is not to say that this plan could change later. We can always create an out of cycle change, or for that matter, most of the funding that is available in outer years. So when we come back next year and redo the secondary 6-year plan, we can always add projects for those years. So really the important part tonight is to make sure we walk away with the approval so that we can get to work on the projects that have the funding available now. So with that, do you all have any questions?
Let me open up public comment. Okay. The public hearing. The public hearing is now open for item 3 on the agenda, Virginia Department of Transportation FY 23-28 secondary plan. Is there anyone who'd like to speak regarding this matter? Is there anyone who'd like to speak regarding this matter? Lastly, is there anyone who'd like to speak regarding this matter? Seeing no one coming forward, the public hearing is closed. Board members, questions?
We've been over this several times. I just make a motion, we accept.
Let me ask Mr. Bates a quick question about his summary, or maybe it's Mr. Fincham's summary. You've, and I agree with the whole thing. You've added Caroline Street and Liberty Fork, and then you said Caroline Street was an estimated cost of $90,000.
Correct.
And pave in place for Liberty Fork, you don't have a number yet? Or did I miss that?
No, I don't have that. Do you have the?
We had discussion at the last meeting, but I didn't have clear direction as to whether you wanted to discuss adding that in a future year or just what the direction of the board was. It would be a pave in place project because it's currently a state road, but it's a gravel road. So basically it would be pave in place. It would be a rural rustic road project. Based on the number of residences, it probably has a lower traffic count than the project that VDOT has recommended in the plan. So
the one in Port Royal, you said?
No, that's actually a rural addition project. But it's probably comparable in terms of vehicle trips per day to Caroline Street. But in terms of, I think it's not Shepherd's Hill Road, the project that VDOT has recommended as a pave in place or rural rustic road is their identified number 1 project. It would have a lower traffic count than that one. So I'm not sure how you wanted to do that, whether you want to actually include it now, simply flag it for future consideration. So I'll leave that to the board.
If I may, my recommendation is going to be, we don't have the funding identified unless we were to move the existing funding around from previous projects, which these are things that have been prioritized, not just this secondary 6-year plan, but years ago. So I would recommend, if we do have any other additions, these are things that we can work together with county staff to get added to the secondary 6-year plan. Any funding that's going to be available is not going to be available until looks like fiscal year 27, 28. So we have plenty of time to get that prioritized and add that to the plan. Not to say that can't be added, but there isn't, unless we were to move funding around from already prioritized projects, we wouldn't have that ability to get it done.
Mr. Bates, you wouldn't have any problem with us adding it now, knowing that there's funding out in the future somewhere. But the fact that this road has been requested since I was a teenager, which is quite some time ago, I would like to just add it now if we could. I don't see where the board would have an objection to adding it now. And if miraculously there's no winter storms and you have maintenance funding, maybe we could do something. Okay.
Sure. I think the important part is that I walk away with an approval for this.
I'm going to make a motion that we approve it with the addition of.
Mr. Thomas, there's already a motion by Mr.
He made a
Seeley to
motion
approve.
before I
So,
asked the question?
Yeah, you were doing discussion, so we have to go back and have him amended, and you can second.
Okay, if you'd like to do that, that's fine.
I mean, he already has a motion.
If you'd like to do that, that's fine.
Oh, I mean, the roads in my district, I'll make a motion to amend adding Liberty Fork Road. I know we talked about funding before about this and it was an issue, so we'll go in knowing there's no funding and we can look. Mr. Fincham, you have a comment?
Can we specify that more and say at the end of the 6-year plan without any identified funding?
Sure. It's on the, it's in the 6-year plan, it's just at the end of it.
Yeah, how about just in the 6-year plan? Mike, can I just say in the 6-year plan?
I'll defer to Kyle or Mr. Bates on that. I mean, I think the issue is we know there's no funding.
Right now.
I think we should acknowledge, I think that should be acknowledged. We'll be back here again next year and maybe we have funding that we can identify at that point in time. I'll defer to the board, but.
Yeah, I mean, it's almost the same thing. It's just that glimmer of hope that says in the 6-year plan as opposed to in it, but at the end. It's the same thing. All right, Mr. Seeley, is that good for you? Because it's your district.
I think at the end of the day, VDOT's going to identify that somewhere in the 6-year plan.
Right.
And I think the reality is going to be, since all the funding's been allocated, it's going to be at the end of that 6-year plan with $0 in it.
And I understand that, but I want Mr. Bates to do that and not the board to do it. And I understand Mr. Bates is going to do that.
This is the Caroline County secondary 6-year plan, so we can absolutely add that. The part that I want to make sure is that we don't have to do this for a third time and put this back out for a public hearing.
No, we're not going to do the third time.
No,
I'm going to second Mr. Seeley's motion.
I'm good with the motion. It's if you have to put it at the end of the 6-year plan,
Sure.
I understand that because
he doesn't
want to have to rearrange. He doesn't want to be forced to rearrange funding because they think we changed a priority.
Yes.
Is that my take on what you're saying?
It's not that we don't want to rearrange funding. It's that if I have to go back, the deadline is the end of this month. And if I have to go back and say that we have
We're
not
going to
decided,
approve it.
let's do that. And then we can add it later.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to prove it with it in it.
It's just in there. How's that?
Oh, sure.
That's good. And I'm going to second Mr. Seeley's motion and says it's in there along with the road in Port Royal. Thank you, sir.
All right.
So there's a motion and a proper second that would approve the VDOT FY 2023-28 secondary system 6-year plan. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Can I just have one?
I'm sorry, Mr. Black.
Can I just ask him one
Mr.
question?
Black. Yeah, discussion, okay.
Yeah, I just have a question. It's not related. I mean, I'm going to approve this. It's not related, but I'm just going to give you a hypothetical. I want to know what VDOT does in this. On a rural road, could be, I mean, we're here at Caroline. I have a huge lot of land. I have a lot of timber on it. I decide that I'm going to have it timbered and I'm going to have heavy logging trucks come onto this road and take out the lumber because I have a right to do that. However, in doing so, the road is maybe not designed to handle the trucks that are, how much they weigh with the logs. How does VDOT deal with that?
A problem we have to battle quite often. As long as they were within the legal load, they have every right to that state route that any other vehicle does.
Sure.
So that's really the key, is assuming they are within that legal road.
But then, and I get that, and I'm not arguing that, but like for the residents, other residents who live on that road now who have a road that's.
It is VDOT's to maintain. That's
right.
Unless there is something to prevent them from going on that road, but you can't even do a through truck restriction for that because their destination is on the route that they're going to. So that through truck restriction wouldn't even do any good in that circumstance. They have every legal right to that route, so VDOT just has to maintain what we're given.
So my last question is then, so when VDOT goes back and fixes that road, are the roads previously that were, when they were paved years and years ago, are they now able to withstand a heavier load than, say, do you design them differently, or is there?
Absolutely. I mean, especially if we're going back and putting asphalt down, a lot of times we're maintaining in kind. So, but when we do an asphalt overlay, a lot of times we'll use a newer asphalt. Let's say it's a 12.5 different size aggregate, something that could hold a little stronger. But there are a lot of logging routes that are on surface treated roads, which is a tar and chip, as you all know.
Right.
And that's just something that we have to maintain.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Before you go, Kyler, were you still on track on Ladysmith Road the end of June?
Ladysmith Road's going to be open probably by the end of next week.
Thank you, sir.
I will let you know.
We got to
I
vote.
think I still need to vote.
Aye.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. You have the 6-year plan. It's approved. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Next public hearing on the agenda is proposed text amendments 01-2021 and text amendment 02-2021 to the zoning ordinance and subdivision ordinance. Caroline County, Mr. Fincham, I believe.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, your next public hearing tonight, public hearings are related to TXT 01 and 02, 2021. These relate to subdivision and zoning ordinance amendments related to divisions of land for property acquisition by the Caroline County Board of Supervisors that would exempt those divisions and acquisition from the subdivision and zoning process. Let me give you a good example of how this benefits the county. We haven't had to use it yet, but we're going to probably at some point in time will have to use it. Is development of our utility system, where we have to acquire well lots or properties for pump stations. Most of that development activity up to date has been in our growth areas and in zoning districts where there's no minimum lot size. So we've been able to approve these well lots, pump station facilities, et cetera, and it doesn't technically violate either the zoning ordinance or the subdivision ordinance. However, as we go out to the rural areas and our system develops, we may run into the situations where we run afoul of the minimum lot size requirements for that zoning district. For example, the RP zoning district has a 10-acre minimum lot size. Well, a lot of times in our public utilities and facilities, we don't need 10 acres for a pump station or a well lot or a fire station or anything like that. So this would actually make it easier on the county and on the underlying landowner by allowing the county to acquire parcels sized to the need, the public need, without negatively affecting the underlying landowner in terms of subdivision of land or lot size requirements. And that would be the purpose of the two amendments before you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Fincham. Public hearing is now open for proposed text amendments 01-2021 and text amendment 02-2021 to the zoning ordinance and subdivision. Is there anyone who'd like to speak regarding this matter? Is there anyone who'd like to speak regarding this matter? Lastly, is there anyone who'd like to speak regarding this matter? Seeing no one coming forward, the public hearing on the two text amendments is closed. Board members, how do you wish to proceed?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Unless anybody's got comments, I'll make a motion to adopt text amendment 01-2021 and well, I guess we have to do them separately.
Separate motion.
Text amendment 01-2021. I don't see the definition of a subdivision found in subdivision ordinance of property acquired or created by the Board of Supervisors does not constitute a subdivision with regard to future division of property.
Second.
There's a motion and a proper second that we adopt text amendment 01-2021. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Mr. Seeley, I'll take this next one.
I make a motion,
Motion
we
carries.
adopt text amendment 02-2021 exempts public facilities or utilities of Caroline County from lot size other than requirements as found in Article 8, Section 2 of the zoning ordinance.
Second.
There's a motion and proper second that we adopt text amendment 02-2021. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Mr. Chair,
Next on public hearing is proposed amendment of Chapter 103, Articles 6, Section 103-44 and 103-55 of the Code of Caroline County, penalties and interest on personal property tax payments.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, as you recall, at your May 10th meeting, you adopted an emergency ordinance that extended the deadline for personal property payments to which penalties and interest would be applied. We extended it from June 5th until August the 5th. However, that emergency ordinance expires in 60 days, and therefore it's necessary to come back and have a normal public hearing on an ordinance to keep it in place through the August 5th deadline. The ordinance before you tonight does contain a sunset clause so that at the end of August 5th, we'll revert back to the normal June 5th deadline for personal property tax payments. However, you do need to adopt the ordinance tonight to carry the 60-day emergency ordinance through long enough to August the 5th.
Thank you,
Yes,
Mr.
sir.
Parton. The public hearing for the opposed amendment to Chapter 103, Articles 6, 103-44 and 103-45 of the Code of Caroline. Public hearing is now open. Is there anyone who'd like to speak regarding this matter? Is there anyone who'd like to speak regarding this matter? Lastly, is there anyone who'd like to speak regarding this matter? Seeing no one coming forward, the public hearing is closed.
Mr. Chairman, I move the adoption of Chapter 103, Article 6, 103-44 of the Code for penalties. I guess we have to do interest later.
Was that you, Mr. Lott?
Second, yeah.
There's a motion and a proper second that we approve the proposed amendment of Chapter 103, Article 6 of Section 103-44 and 103-
No, 44. We're doing them separately.
103-44 and 103-45 of the Code of Caroline. Any discussion?
No, we're just doing 44. We're doing them separately.
I'm sorry, you're right. That's my 103-44. Any discussion on 44? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. All right,
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we approve Chapter 103, Article 6, 103-45, which is tax payments or interest.
Second.
There's a motion and a proper second that we approve the amendment of Chapter 103, Article 6, Section 103-45. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. All right, items number 6 is deferred. Agenda item number 7, RZ07-2022, Quality Land Group LLC owner Sean Bernard and Double Down Outdoors LLC.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, your next public hearing is RZ 02-2022. Quality Land Group LLC owner, Sean Bernard, Double Down Outdoors LLC applicant. They're requesting a rezoning from M1 industrial to B1 business with no specified density on tax parcel 85-A-38, containing approximately 2.78 acres of land. The property is located at 25114 Richmond Turnpike in a Reedy Church voting district. Proposed use is for retail sales. The 2030 comprehensive plan designates this area as agricultural preservation. The applicant is approving of a rezoning from M1 industrial to B1 business to allow the development of a retail store for the sale of outdoor equipment. The applicant currently has a home occupation permit to operate Double Down Outdoors from his residence, where he conducts all business via the internet. The customers can schedule delivery or pickup of the items they order. The applicant wishes to expand his business to have a retail storefront and has a contract on this property. For the board's reference, this used to be Harry Plumbing and Heating, which has been there for probably 15, 20 years. And the original portion of the property was originally rezoned to M1 back in 1978 and more recently in 2012. In addition, the 2012 rezoning allowed for the relocation of Rousey Boulevard, which previously bisected the property to the southern end of the property. The Planning Commission did hold its public hearing and forwarded this recommendation to the board with a recommendation of approval subject to a 5-0 vote. With that, I'll answer any questions the board may have.
Can I get the applicant is the applicant here?
Yes.
You have anything you want to say before I open the public hearing?
Good evening, Chairman, members of the board. My name is Sean Bernard. I am the owner, founder of Double Down Outdoors. We are a provider of quality outdoor gear and equipment, and most of all, customer service. Something that has been lost in the industry here for quite a few years now. We are a small business that has operated as a permitted home occupation here in Caroline County since early 2019. We have grown to a point we're moving to a suitable location that provide a sizable, visible, and accessible storefront as necessary. This is where that piece of property does come into alignment with our needs. It is about 1 mile from where we are set up now, so it'll be minimal adjustment for our current customer base. It'll also allow us to capture that through Caroline County traffic. So we'll actually be able to drag some dollars from outside of the area and give a little bit of benefit for that. We are, though, to add to that, we are a 2% per conservation partner, which means we provide or we serve 1% of our time and 1% of our gross profits at the end of the year back into conservation services, NWTF, Ducks Unlimited, Delta Waterfowl, programs like that. We have provided numerous dollars back into the scholarship funds for our local NWTF chapter, which is something that we take a lot of pride in. We are also aligned pretty well with the group known as the Fallen Outdoors. That is an active and veteran military group. They get those people into the outdoors and give them a mission-specific goal in life again. So it helps with those services. Other than that, I mean, we're just trying to do a little bit better for our community and provide quality customer service back. And we like to keep some of those folks in Caroline County spending dollars. So I appreciate y'all's time. Thank you much.
Thank you, Mr. Bernard.
Any questions for me?
Let me open up the public hearing first, and then I'll come back if there's any questions. Okay. Okay. The public hearing for the Quality Land Group LLC owners, Sean Bernard, Double Down, is open. Is there anyone who'd like to speak regarding this matter?
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board.
Good evening.
My name is Bob Schwartz, and I am a proud resident of the Bowling Green Magisterial District. I do not know Mr. Bernard personally. I have met him one time, and I think I may have spoken with him on 2 occasions. But I have noticed where his business location is desired to be. The exterior of this property is very well maintained and upkept at this point. I pass by it quite often and I see Mr. Bernard in and out. He's as busy as a little beaver inside, so he has made some significant improvements to the interior of the building. Looking, his store is going to be a bit of a, I'm going to say it, he's going to be a mini Green Top. He's going to sell safety equipment. He's going to have clothing, everything a hunter or an outdoorsman could possibly desire. And seeing as we have probably anywhere from 12 to 24 hunters in the county, he's going to do some business there. The sad part is tax revenue is going to increase, but it's going to be my tax dollar that's going into the store. So I'm going to be spending money there. But I just wanted to say he is a very intelligent man. And I say that because the night that he appeared before the Planning Commission, from my viewpoint, I could see into the audience. One of the commissioners asked him how many employees he had and how many he anticipated in the future. Behind him, Mr. Bernard could not see this little hand go up, but he very wisely said, I am an employee and my wife is an employee, and I anticipate having more employees once the store is open. So he's very wise to have included his wife as being part of the foundation of the business. But I highly encourage you to grant the rezoning because it is going to be good for the county and it's going to save us a lot of mileage in traveling to Green Top. So we can keep it in the county. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak regarding this matter?
Good evening, Chairman.
Good evening.
My name is Edward Williams. I live on Nelson Hill Road in Milford. I do know Sean Bernard and his wife Sarah personally. Over the past few years, they have been extremely helpful, giving back to our organization that I'm a part of called the Fallen Outdoors, which he spoke a little bit about. One of the things that I want to talk about isn't his charity, it's the community that he built within his shop. You will have no problem bringing in outside dollars because I know just from my organization alone, probably got 20 people who travel from all over the state just to buy stuff from him because of his reputation, because of how he takes care of his customers and the atmosphere that he has at his shop. It's more of a family, like that gentleman said, it's like a mini Green Top, and it's very true. People want to go there, even if they're not buying something. It's just to spend time with other people in a good atmosphere place. I think that approving Mr. Bernard's land rezoning would be absolutely beneficial to not only them, but to Caroline County and Bowling Green as well. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak regarding this matter?
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is David Harper Jr. I'm from the Milford District. I've known Sean and Sarah about only a few months now, and I've been a customer with them quite a few times. Needless to say, probably more often than should. They're good people, and I believe that not only they deserve to have this, but the county deserves to have it, not only for the tax revenue, but as Sean says, the great customer service, and also it'll benefit the hunters in the area. And it'd be just, I think, a lot easier for the people of the county because in order to get the kind of service that he gives people, you'd have to go either 34 miles and over 34 miles up to Fredericksburg. And as we all know now with gas prices, that's kind of an issue. So not only do I think it'll benefit the people, but it'll benefit Sean, it'll benefit the county. I just think that not approving that for them would be a great disservice to the county. And I hopefully am hopeful that the board will vote yes on Double Down Outdoors. Thank you.
David, before you go, what's your last name?
Harper.
Harper. Thank you, sir.
Is there anyone else who'd like to speak regarding this matter? Is there anyone else who'd like to speak regarding this matter? Lastly, anyone like to speak regarding this matter? Seeing no one coming forward, this public comment period, public hearing is closed.
Mr. Chairman.
Board members, you have,
Yeah, I have a couple of questions, if I could. Mr. Fincham, if you could, the only reason that Mr. Bernard is here is because he wants to do outdoor retail sales, right? Because he would be able to do everything Harry's Plumbing did in that building before.
He's here because he wants to do regardless whether it's indoor or outdoor. Yes, retail sales.
Because he wants to do retail sales.
Yes.
That's the only reason. And when before, I think 15 or 20 years ago, you said, we rezoned Harry's Plumbing from business to industrial, or the other way around?
It was business, a portion of it was business and it went to industrial. That's correct.
So now we're going back to the original zoning?
Yes, sir.
That's correct. Okay.
On the entire piece.
On the entire property?
Yes.
Correct. Thank you. Could I ask Mr. Bernard a question? You mentioned fallen outdoors, and I believe Mr. Williams also mentioned that. Can you get me some more, contacts on that program,
Absolutely.
please?
Absolutely. I can email you some information over. Mr. Williams is also, he is the Virginia lead.
Okay.
And Robert Casey happens to be here also. He is the East Coast lead for the Fallen Outdoors. So we can absolutely get you some information on that. I don't think you're going to find a much better veterans oriented group than those.
That's what I thought, and I'd just like to follow up on that if we could.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
All right, if there's no other questions, I'll be happy to.
It's in my district.
I just have a question.
He's my constituent.
In my district. All right, go ahead.
I'm split.
You can go ahead.
Split, gentlemen. Sorry.
You can go ahead.
We're going to fight over you, okay?
Go ahead, Mr. Thomas.
Mr. Finch,
I will wait.
Oh, I'm sorry, hold on. Mr. Forehead.
will this change allow him to do, display an ATV or something like that out in front?
There'll be limitations on the outdoor display.
Okay.
We can deal with as part of the Highway Corridor Overlay District. We would address that during the site plan review process.
Okay, he's aware of what he needs to do if he wants to go that route.
We'll sit down and go over everything with him. We did not, for example, get VDOT comments the first time. I'm sure VDOT will have some improvements to the entrance to the facility. We'll go over all that with him prior as part of our follow-up to this and the site plan discussion.
All right, sounds good.
Mr. Thomas, I entertain that motion.
Thank you. And I will say that Mr. Bernard is a Mattaponi constituent, so we spoke it very early in the process. And I told him it was a great idea and a great process, and I'd be happy to support him. So I'm going to make a motion that we approve RZ 02-2022 for Double Down Outdoors LLC.
I'll second that motion. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Good luck, sir, and thank you.
Thank you all.
All right, now we'll move to unfinished business. All right, agenda item number 8, overview of status of solar projects.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, there's been a lot of movement with the various solar applications, including on tonight's agenda. So I just wanted to give you a brief update on the status of those projects, as well as the DEQ discussions that have occurred in the last 6 months or so. Prior to the board packet being disseminated to the board, I sent everybody an email with a spreadsheet of the status of all the projects, including the at that time pending withdrawal of the Frog Solar application. So at this point in time, we actually have 7 solar projects that are still remaining for consideration at the Board of Supervisors. The total capacity of those projects is 150 megawatts for your major solar energy facilities and about 48 megawatts for the combined minor solar energy facilities that are still pending consideration by the board. That spreadsheet also updated the dates by which action is required by the Board of Supervisors without the consent for additional deferral by the applicants. And you have a couple of applications before you tonight. CC Solar, which would require action by the board tonight unless the applicant agreed to a continuation. And Shad and Muskie, which are also on the agenda, you actually have to act on those two projects by your August 9th meeting on your own. After that would require consent of the applicant for any continued deferral of those two items. The board's aware that in late 2021, the issue of stormwater management and how that was evaluated by the Virginia Department of Environmental Quality became subject to some discussion. There was differences in the EPA's Chesapeake Bay water quality model and the way Virginia DEQ calculated stormwater. And as you are aware, on March 29th of this year, the new DEQ director published a policy memorandum that directed some changes to the way stormwater management was to be reviewed for solar projects. And basically it required that solar panels would be evaluated for disconnected impervious surfaces for the panel areas themselves, as well as be reviewed for water quality related to the Chesapeake Bay water quality model. Those discussions with DEQ and with the applicants continued for several months. I think the board's aware that DEQ is going to take some time to develop any new regulations and guidance from that agency. I think we're also aware that the General Assembly has a subcommittee that they have or are in the process of appointing members of the industry, local government, and other interested stakeholders in looking at solar regulations for submission of or possible submission of legislation to the General Assembly next year. I will say to you that after some initial concern or reluctance by the industry, they have agreed to basically design their projects based upon that DEQ policy of the disconnected impervious cover, as well as designing for the DEQ water quality standards. And the draft conditions that you have before you tonight reflect a number of additional conditions that staff has incorporated for your consideration to address those concerns, as well as other issues that were identified by staff. Understanding, have not, talked to the board that may or may not address your concerns, but based upon the initial DEQ guidance, we have drafted those conditions in an attempt to reflect that policy that was presented by DEQ in their March 29th memo. That's basically my overview at this point in time. I think Mr. McKenzie has discussed with you some legal considerations. I don't know whether he has anything else that he. Okay, Mr. McKenzie does have a couple additional things.
Good evening. And again, I apologize. I've lost my voice. But I wanted to point out during this overview two legal aspects of solar applications that make them unique or distinct from other zoning applications that come before you. The first is the availability of a siting agreement. We have until now been focused on the DEQ issue that Mr. Fincham just reviewed with you. Now that we have at least gotten some information on that, some clarity on that, and conditions addressing that, that has cleared the way for siting agreements to be considered if you choose. They're not mandatory, but they're another factor that you're allowed to consider in these applications. It's unique to solar, and that's certainly something that you can look at whenever they've been negotiated with the applicant. They do need to go to public hearing. But that is a tool that's out there for you for all these applications over 5 megawatts. They are only for applications over 5 megawatts. The other unique thing with the law is if you have a siting agreement, you are deemed to have already conducted and approved your 15.2-2232 comp plan review. By way of a reminder, that's the review you conduct if you are dealing with an application that involves a new public utility. Solar facilities fall within that definition. It's not shown in the county's future land use map. Normally you would conduct that, but in the solar realm, the General Assembly has changed the law to say if you adopt a siting agreement, you're deemed to have conducted that review already. For all those applications that are below 5 megawatts that aren't permitted to have siting agreements, you can also voluntarily waive that review if you feel like you've already conducted a thorough enough analysis of the application. So I wanted to point those two things out to you as you continue to consider solar.
Thank you, Mr. McKenzie. Board members have any question or comment? All right. All right, then we'll move on to agenda item number 9, special exception 04-2021, Burke Development, CC Solar. Mr. Fincham.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, you previously conducted your public hearing on this matter and have actually deferred consideration of this application to tonight's meeting. You actually have, as I previously stated, some modified suggested conditions that are highlighted in red in your staff report in an attempt to address environmental concerns that have been raised by staff, by board members, and to attempt to bring closure or bring us closer to meeting the new DEQ policy. I don't have any other additional comments related to this, but if the board has any questions, I would be more than happy to address those questions.
Thank you, Mr. Fincham.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Seeley?
As Mr. Fincham mentioned, the General Assembly has set up legislation to actually set up a commission to look at solar, and I've been asked to serve on that committee. In lieu of that, I would like to see us hold off on doing anything until we have a consensus across the state of how we're going to handle solar, because right now it's a patchwork across the state. As you talk to different folks, what I find interesting is the lack of newspapers these days really has inhibited the ability to know what the issues are in each locality. So there are issues that take place, and serendipity usually finds or allows us to find what took place and what actually happened at those facilities. And, you know, we have a section up here from a couple of individuals where there was actually a breach and they've been 6 months trying to get it fixed and it's still not fixed. I don't know that I understand the LLC structure enough to know what kind of dollars are behind those entities to actually fix things that actually happen either during construction or post-construction during electrical generation, and we end up with issues, and who's responsible? Is it the LLC or the landowner? Because when you look at some of these applications that have been submitted, it says in agenda item number 9, see attached exhibit A under owner of record. And under A, it doesn't really tell me who the owner of record is. It does tell me who the applicant is. It says who the agent developing engineer is and the main point of contact. But it doesn't really tell me who the landowners are. So in the event that something happens there, is it the applicant? Is it the engineer? Or is it the point of contact? If I were the landowner, I'd be concerned if something happens, what is my liability? Yeah, I hear the insurance claim and I hear that there's a surety bond. Nobody's been down that path yet. And the first one to go down, it's really going to find out what the effect is and who's responsible. And I think we need to be very cautious. We don't have any. Every time we talk to somebody that comes up, they were someplace where there was one that had issues. We've heard 10 or 11. Louisa still has issues. The one in Essex has issues every time it rains really, really hard for a long period of time. I'm not anti-solar, but I am anti-disturbing somebody else's land that's not part of the solar facility. When that takes place, those landowners take the loss. And I don't know that there's anybody to compensate them. There's 5 landowners, Louisa, that are still waiting for compensation from somebody as they lose land every time it rains. A 1-inch rain is devastating to 5 properties that surround that. And those are my primary concerns. And it's not just stormwater management. Nobody has told us how many panels are going on any of these facilities. So do I get to make up a number, or is somebody going to give us a number per acre, per site for how many there's going to be? I also saw a comment, particularly in this, I'm going to go find it because I've got written comments, but in here it said, oh, you don't have to worry about water hitting the same place all the time because the panel moves. That rate of motion and the amount of rain coming down at that point in time could be the perfect way to dig a ditch. We get a drought, everything that's supposed to be growing's not, and it's dead, and it rains. And I saw the dog shed comment that I'd made in one of the write-ups. Those panels move and they keep moving and they keep creating a channel. If the topography follows, the water follows the topography that those panels are on, we're going to build up head speed on water as it moves down that property. There is, right now, I've not seen any diagrams. I've read a lot of words, and there are some very interesting words that I've read in here that I'd like to also talk about, because I couldn't believe that somebody wrote something so esoteric that they expected us to figure this out in our reading. But it has something to do with 10% of the water. Let me find this.
Let me go to Mr. Thomas while you're looking at it. Go ahead, Mr. Thomas.
No, I'm talking about this application of solar together.
Well, we're on agenda item number 9.
My question was, are we talking about solar in general or this specific item? That was all I was asking.
Didn't we move to agenda item number 9?
So
but your comments have been all about.
Oh, because they all reference the same kinds of things.
Okay.
They're not different.
So what, if I hear you correctly in your response, you're saying that your concerns, although they be general, are specific to this application?
It's specific to this application because all the panels move. Is that not correct, Mr. Fincham?
Yes, all the panels are designed, the arrays are designed to follow this.
Has anybody given us the dimensions of the panels per section that rotate and the length of those that's here tonight?
I think you could ask each individual applicant their specifications.
Because I've asked before and we've not gotten anything. Because I've asked how many and what the length is. And I've even asked for the calculations for the sheeting equation coming off those panels, because they're over 7 feet long. So there's a sheeting equation for that rolls off to the ground.
So Mr.
Based on
Sealy,
the height.
Let me interject, Mr. Sealy. So I believe what we're pointing to is that if you have a specific question regarding the panels for the Burke development, specific to water runoff or any of the concerns you spoke to regarding the topography change, I think we would better be served to direct our question or comment to this one particular applicant. Is that right, Mr. Fincham?
Yes, sir. I think I understand Mr. Sealy is generally stating.
Yes.
But I think you're right. I think he should ask those specific questions to each
Specific to each applicant,
Yes,
right?
Okay.
So we want to be specific because each one is going to carry its own water, to speak.
To speak.
No pun. No.
And I will say that I have talked to people at this project, and I've always gotten a call back, and the information's always been given to me. So
But I asked this at the public during the public hearing.
This one or another one, we've had so many.
We've had so many. I've asked this question so many times.
I'm
But
sure they'll
here's
get you the
the specific
information.
statement to their application. Most drainage areas achieve stormwater compliance for channel protection through the energy balance method, which applies to 20% of a 20% improvement factor. Flood protection is met by reducing the 10-year post-development flow below the pre-development flow. Now, does somebody want to tell me what that means? Since it's your statement, it's in your stormwater letter, and I can't make heads or tails out of it.
There's someone who can.
It's not on a page. There's no page number, so I can't tell you page number, and I can't tell you what the bullet point number is because it's a bullet point. But I mean, talk about esoteric statements. And again, I'll say again, I'm an engineer. I'd have to put numbers and equations to that to give it to somebody.
Is your engineer here this evening? Maybe we can go through some of your name, sir?
My name is Sean Mallow with Kimley Horn and Associates.
And your role?
I'm a civil engineer.
Okay, good. The comments that Mr. Sealy is making regarding what's written to the board regarding, and can you explain that the pre and the post and
the 20% and 10%?
Yeah, specifically. So those references are right out of the code from Virginia as far as what.
If it was right out of the code, why wouldn't you cite what, I mean, there's no citation for any of this, which is another sort of issue for me because it looks like somebody conjured it up.
Valid point. But yeah, we could have just referenced the code, but then if we don't say what's actually in the code, that's not very helpful anyway. So I think we just took the approach of telling you what is the requirement we do have to meet. So the energy balance equation, basically there's two criteria that we have to meet for stormwater. One is called channel protection, and one is called flood protection. They each have their own requirements that we have to meet. For channel protection, we have to meet the energy balance equation, or at least that's one of the allowed mechanisms to meet that requirement through the state code. So we were just highlighting with that equation that is very complex. It's an engineering equation, so we didn't feel like that would be beneficial to do that and then explain all the variables within that equation. So that equation includes a 20% improvement factor. Again, that's just language out of the code, basically saying we have to reduce those flows in that equation by 20% from what's there today.
But so when do you measure the initial flows? I mean, you're trying to reduce something by 20%. I mean, it's easy to say I reduced it by 20% when I don't have a number to start with.
Yeah, so we have to go through an analysis process.
Is this post trees or pre trees being taken out, or post what's planted there or pre what's planted there?
Yeah, if it is under silviculture, which seems like what you're maybe getting at, if it's a silviculture activity, we have to assume that it's in good condition. That's what the code forces us to assume. And if it's under silviculture, it's a forested piece of land. And so we have to assume it's a good full stand of forest when we're calculating our runoff in the pre-development conditions.
But you're gonna eliminate that
with our project?
Yes.
Yeah, we can't allow a forest to grow.
I understand. So that calculation, because I've got a piece of farmland on 600 that was deforested, de-stumped, and everybody downstream now gets feet of water in their driveway where they didn't have that problem before. And that's what I'm concerned. You're hitting on exactly what I'm concerned about. What happens post? Because what you had to slow speed and the ability to remove quantity when you go to flat, bare earth is going to be very different. And I don't see how 10 and 20%, how you achieve that with no real impediments other than ditches and grass.
Yeah, I mean, we build stormwater facilities, including stormwater ponds, that we take our erosion control ponds that we build for the construction activities, and we convert them over to permanent stormwater facilities to help do exactly what you're saying, is to slow down that water coming off of the developed solar facility in order to meet those calculations for based on what the code says we have to meet.
So is there a retention pond?
Yeah,
so
exactly.
based on
Detention ponds. Yep.
So based on the topo maps that are really difficult to read that I've gotten from you all, it's your maps. Deforested. The speed of the water on flat ground. Coming off, and now let's add impervious cover. We both agree the panels are impervious, correct?
I don't agree with that. As an
Well, that's a
engineer,
fundamental problem because
well, the panels,
this table doesn't allow water to hit the floor, correct? This table does not allow water to hit the floor. It'll run off the sides, but it'll never go directly underneath it unless it runs off either side and goes underneath, correct? Because it's impervious. We have to agree, the table's impervious.
Yeah, I agree with you that wood and glass are impervious.
And the panels are
materials.
glass, correct?
That is correct.
So they're impervious, best I can tell.
Yeah, the physical panel does not absorb water.
Theoretical, because if enough water hits a rock, it's going to make a hole in the rock.
Well, yeah, but that takes centuries. If enough water hits a solar panel, it'll break.
That's the reality, though.
Well, then you make my argument for me. If enough water hits a solar panel, it'll destroy it, which is the real question. But the real, how long is the solar is a combined set of panels for one stanchion? What is the length of them?
It varies depending on the specific manufacturer. It could be anywhere from 50 feet to 300 feet. And then they also typically, as you see in the maps, one tracker is what we call it that rotates. One tracker that's controlled by a motor that rotates each individual row. Those can be sort of butted up next to each other in a way as well, so that you can have, a longer strand, even though they're independently
So
controlled.
and we're talking 50 feet?
I mean, there are trackers that have that, but each tracker is then set next to another tracker.
I'm talking about one row, one set of trackers. What's the length of the panels? And they're pushed together, both top to bottom and side to side, so that they all track. Yeah, there's a diagram in one of these, but it only has one panel and it doesn't have any real dimensions. It tells you how far from the ground.
Yeah, I mean, those do vary. I mean, at this stage in a project, there are general constraints we use, assumed technologies of like the actual panel we're going to have, the actual tracker we're going to have. There's a lot of engineering and calculations still too. But in general, to answer your question, because of the way the trackers work, it's not it's not like this well, I guess there's probably a division there. It's not like a chicken house where you have just a continuous roof line.
But your pictures show a continuous, I mean, every picture I've seen is a continuous row of panels that go on for hundreds or thousands of feet, connected side to side to side.
There are breaks. Yeah, there are breaks because the piles that are underneath the panels that separate, they do separate the modules 6 to 12 inches, and sometimes there's a motor in between those modules. So you'll have like 6 or 7 panels in a row, then you'll have a small break, then 6 or 7, then a small break, things like that.
So let me say, when you were looking at this project, I'll kind of, the size panels that you were using, do you have that dimension?
Yeah,
individually.
Yeah, we use a panel that's approximately 4 by 7 or 3.5 by 7 feet, 3.5 feet wide by 7 feet long.
Okay.
Most panels in the industry are about that size, give or take a few inches. Yeah.
Right.
And every couple months, a new panel comes out, and so we're always analyzing what the newest technology is.
Are they in pairs, top to bottom, or are they single rows, 3 by 7s?
Again, there's 2 types of trackers that have both of that options. I think right now we're just doing one single row is what we're proposing. Single row of panels.
So you're looking at one single row of panels. They're 4 by 7. How many panels do you anticipate for this project, based on the dimensions for this project?
Hi, Chair Rob Probst with Urban Grid. Yeah,
I didn't get your name, sir.
Oh, Rob Probst with Urban Grid.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. We did submit this number to the planning department to share with you guys. It was based on the application layout that we had submitted, 275,230 panels.
275,230 panels?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I see the layout in terms of, I don't know how many are, because each row, it looks like it appears to be different in terms of the number based on the design. Is that correct? The rows, none of the rows are the same, so you got some rows that are longer, some are shorter.
Right,
so,
yeah, depending on the configuration. Yeah,
right.
Many manufacturers have different lengths of tracker available to make it flexible.
There are many that are similar, though. Yeah.
Can you tell us again how many acres you've spread out this 200,000 panels?
Yes, sir. The fenced area, and this is denoted on the preliminary site plan, is showing approximately 660 acres, and that's within the fenced area.
On 660 acres, you have 270,000 panels.
Yes, 1,200.
Right. That's the point. It's not like, you can put 200,000 in this room and it'll be different things.
And the total, the collective acreage of all the parcels involved in this project is just over 1,600 acres.
Right.
So we're using a third, and the remaining would be wooded
buffer
area, wetlands, buffer areas, and the grass, meadow grass underneath the panels that, is part of the stormwater.
I'm good.
Yeah, yes, sir.
Thank you.
And I believe they're going to be divided into multiple pods, so there'll be spaces in between.
Yes, ma'am,
Not all
that's
one
right.
big
There's
area.
several pods of panels. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Mr. Forehand, you have any questions?
Nope, I think they've all been asked.
Okay, Mr. Black, you have any questions?
I do not.
All right, Mr. Seeley, you have an additional question?
I need to look, so go on down the table and I'm going to finish looking at my notes.
Now, I'm sure you're aware that the regulations continue to change. How do we address that? That's one of my concerns. So, based on the conditions that you sent to us, the changes regarding the stormwater, we certainly appreciate that. but I'm just concerned about, since we don't have a set of regulations from DEQ or EPA, should an issue come after they finish their meetings that becomes financially unbearable, where do we go? I mean, hopefully you don't foresee that, but what would be your response?
I guess there's two sort of aspects related to the future on projects that are being considered now here in Carolina, but not only here, but also throughout the state.
I'm really just speaking to your what would your company do as an engineer? What lengths would you go through to ensure compliance? I guess is my question.
Right. So if we fast forward a little bit, this project gets approved and we're tasked with designing it to do all the civil engineering related to the project. We would look at the conditions that are approved and what those state. And then if it's not addressed in those conditions, we would fall back onto the current stormwater regulations that DEQ publishes. So right now in the conditions, we have clarity on the imperviousness of panels. Right now, we're sort of grandfathered right now based on the current DEQ memos that have been released.
See,
so
that's
we would call,
not to cut you off, but that's one of my concerns, that you would be grandfathered. If I approve this and something changes, then you're grandfathered in and you don't have to meet a new regulation. And that concerns me. So how would we address it? Will we come to some kind of gentleman's agreement, or what could we put in place that would ensure us that we have a fallback position?
Yeah, so we would have to meet in a way the most stringent requirements. So right now, with the way the conditions are written, it's not a word for word duplicate of what the memos have been released, right? And I think that's also based on discussions that the county staff have had with DEQ about DEQ's concerns more on the quantity side rather than the quality, and our conditions address that. But let's say that DEQ comes out with a requirement that we do have to address quality as well, and they remove the grandfathering and we're subject to those regulations.
They won't remove grandfather.
At the time of permit submission, so when we do all the design, we would design it under the current regulations. And when we submit a project to the county and to DEQ, that sort of sets the standard that that project would fall under. So if between now and then the regulations change and become more stringent, we would have to follow those and design the project to that.
Mr. Long, you had a...
Chairman, I just want to add one point that while our project could be grandfathered under and not have to do anything related to what's stated in that DEQ memo,
correct,
the conditions that we worked on with the planning staff actually would override that. And so we are going above and beyond what we have to do. So we're not really sort of taking the benefit of being grandfathered, I guess is what you would say.
But what you're saying is, though, you're going above and beyond what's in place right now. But it could be that you're below what's new once all of the meetings are finished.
No.
And that's my concern.
He's saying we're going to do whatever the most stringent is, but you need to point that out to me so I can believe you.
He said, what's now? What's
the most stringent
now?
Period.
No,
yeah, we're gonna do as Sean said. We'll look to the current regulations as well as the permit conditions, and we'll follow both of those as we're going through the site plan approval process. And then once that gets fixed and approved, that's the standards by which we will maintain the facilities for the life of the whole project. And one of the things I was going to ask Sean to talk about just real quick is the BMP maintenance agreement that basically the solar facility has with DEQ, which requires that we have to always maintain these facilities in proper working order. If they're not, DEQ can come out and inspect and enforce that they be, fixed. And of course, it's belt and suspenders because you have the same conditions in your the permit conditions also allow the county to come out as well.
Belts and suspenders.
BMP maintenance, I mean, I've got tons of communities with BMPs that aren't maintained, and DEQ hasn't done anything about it. So I don't know that DEQ is any sort of stick that anybody's going to be worried about.
Well, I guess then I would just say if we're certainly worried about DEQ, but as I said, the county also has conditions in our permit that require us to make sure these facilities are in proper working order or our permit could be revoked.
Well, while you're there, hold on a second though. So your company is an LLC, correct?
Well, the application that we filed, the Monarch Solar, is an LLC.
And it's wholly owned subsidiary of what?
We fall under Urban Grid, which rolls up under Brookfield Renewables.
But it's an LLC, so connectivity wise, and maybe that's a question for our attorney, bonded with what?
Yeah,
okay. Chris, you're looking at me wide-eyed.
Well, your attorney is thinking about that. To address one of the questions you had, Mr. Seeley, earlier, you were talking about the landowners and the LLC. We are going to be the landowner. Our project company will be the landowner in this project.
I'm just looking at the application that you all turned in, and the applicants.
Yeah, Mr. Seeley, I can address that for you. They are the contract owners on the property at this time. When we advertise a notice, we have to advertise for you who the underlying landowners of the property subject to the application. So originally you had a list of all the landowners and all the tax map and parcel numbers for purposes of trying to keep the packet relatively small because it keeps growing each time it gets deferred. We simply did not include that original attached list of all the property owners.
Okay.
Mr. Thomas, or Ms. Long, I'm sorry.
I think Chris is going to answer my question.
Okay, go ahead, Chris.
Yeah, really quickly. This is tough to address recovery against an LLC. Yeah, I think your concern is an LLC is just a corporation. It can hold no assets theoretically. So what do you do if there's a problem? They're liable to the county, but the LLC has no money. That's the concern I'm hearing. The way that's being proposed by the applicant to be addressed is through a decommissioning bond that would be part of that siting agreement that I mentioned.
Okay, but that's a decommissioning bond. What happens if the stormwater management fails? That's not decommissioning.
There could be an E&S bond as well.
My understanding is those only hold until your end of construction for most. We've got stormwater management ponds. If they've got a bond, I want it because we've been to two places. One is in Mr. Black's district that's abysmal.
Yeah, correct. The E&S bond is only is held and only enforceable for specific E&S violations under our ordinance. So once the site is stabilized, then that bond gets released. It's not a bond in perpetuity
right.
for E&S.
So
how DEQ handles surety for the stormwater, that's not addressed by the county. That's a DEQ issue.
But yeah, it's a DEQ issue that's really not. Is it covering this? Because DEQ, we're not an MS4 facility, right? So we're not really covered. The state, we don't manage ourselves. The state manages us.
That is correct. So anything stormwater related itself, we aren't privy to that. That's going to be DEQ.
Don't sit down, Mike. I have a question.
Mr. McKenzie, Ms. Fincham.
Don't we have a condition that we will have access and that all these facilities will provide funds for someone to be able to get in there, inspect, to make sure everything's okay, whatever we want? Are we supposed to have access to
Right.
it?
During the construction process, we have access. Okay.
Why can't we extend that throughout the life of the project?
And there's we could.
Chief has to get in there if there's a problem.
But we gotta pay
Chief
for that,
has
man.
access, okay, related to public safety. There's a Knox box requirement for building code to get in there. We've got we've got landscape provisions that have to be inspected every so often and certified. So we would have access for that. Certainly, we could add something in there. We have provisions in there where they have to notify us if there's a E&S issue related to the property. So certainly we could tweak the ordinance to make sure that that's covered. But I don't necessarily want to get into DEQ's purview by doing stormwater inspections for DEQ. I think as part of that's covered as part of their permit.
Okay, thank you.
Again, for me, I understand the willingness to meet current regulations, but as technology changes and as regulations change, I guess we're kind of not really sure what the future holds, and I guess we're kind of working with what we have and still trying to anticipate. You've built several of these before.
Yeah, I've been doing solar design here in Virginia since 2017. We've designed thousands of acres. We designed the Spotsylvania site. We've worked on the entitlement side as far as all the way through construction, administration, assisting the contractors through that process as well as they construct our plans.
What has been the common theme in terms of issues since you've done several? I'm sure they're not 100% perfect.
Yeah, no, for sure. We've learned a lot, I guess, from the engineering side of what it takes to manage these projects differently than a drive-through restaurant. I come from a development background in engineering before solar, where I did Walmarts and gas stations and things like that.
Can you give me a specific?
Yeah.
You said that you've learned.
Yep.
But I don't want to do generals. I'd like for you to be specific.
Sure.
To issues that you've had to resolve as a result of something that you see that you've moved forward and say, we won't do this again. We need to change X, Y, or Z. Can you give me an example of an issue that you had, your way to abate that issue, and then going forward?
Yeah, so one of them is actually related to a condition that's in our project that we talked with David Nunnally about regarding the dewatering devices during erosion control. So those ponds are supposed to be half full of water and have like half of it available for when the rainstorms comes. We've seen that those dewatering devices, those little snorkels you see during construction, they get clogged up pretty easily. And we've tried a couple of different ways, bigger holes, different types of pipe systems, and we're actually moving sort of away from that snorkel elbow look to what's called a fair cloth skimmer. It's out of North Carolina. It's fully approved and is the standard in North Carolina. And the difference between what we use here typically in Virginia and what we're trying to adopt now from North Carolina is that fair cloth skimmer floats on the surface away from the structure, and its floating apparatus is just PVC pipes that surround the opening of where the water goes in. So whenever there's mulch or hay that get into the pond and they get sucked into where the water leaves the pond, that PVC surrounding portion of the opening stops it so the water can go under the PVC and then into the pipe. So that's one example that we're trying to change some products to apply to solar because of how long it takes to build them. We're seeing them get clogged fairly often.
And I just have one additional question. I know in terms of the construction of panels, how have they changed over the last 5 years?
I would say the biggest change that I've seen is really in a lot of the wiring and how efficiently these systems can be attached together as far as the physical solar tracker. Is that sort of what you're getting at?
Yeah, so nothing with the surface material, because that's one that's going to probably take the biggest beating is
of the ground or the panel itself?
The panel itself.
Oh, I mean, there are different types of films. There's a lot of technology that goes into the glass, much like our cell phones, right? We're always seeing the new Gorilla Glass.
That's why I'm asking.
Yeah, so there's a lot of that anti-reflective coatings and different, those manufacturers are doing a lot of tests of like hail damage and things that would be.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
No problem.
We have one question from somebody asking us if you're using the CDTE solar panels.
They're not allowed.
I don't know if they're allowed or not.
It's in their conditions.
Yes, sometimes these are referred to as cadmium telluride panels. That's not a type of panel that we, in talking to our procurement folks, that we like to specify for projects. It's not something that we've specified in the past, so I would not anticipate using that type of technology for this project. And I think Mr. Fincham has a response to Chairman, your question about how do you ensure post-construction that facilities are operating properly?
And while Mike's getting ready, I talked to Craig this week, and he said he had added that the TCD panels are not to be used somewhere. I haven't found it yet.
I haven't found it.
Yeah.
But it would be the final thing.
Your ENS question, condition 23 requires post-development monitoring after any rainfall event producing an inch of rain in a 24-hour period.
So we do that inspection?
No, they have to provide an aerial survey if there's evidence of any sedimentation leaving the property. They've got to do an aerial survey to identify the source of the breach, and we work with them on corrective action.
Just to add on the payment issue, the way that would play out, you don't have an ENS bond for that. But if you can't fix that condition, the condition's in violation. They're violating the special exception. Special exception gets pulled. They have to decommission. You pull on the decommission.
Chris, I'm going to point to the sports complex that we played with for years.
I'm not.
I'm just. We kicked that can down the road for a decade.
I was here for that, and I'm not trying to advocate. I'm just articulating the.
I understand.
I just have one. I said I have one. I just have one last question for anyone. We got several requests from landowners and people to deny. Have you had any meetings, and were you able to at least move some people's minds regarding the solar project? Within our packet, we have people, some say yes, some say no. Of course, I understand the people who support for different reasons, but for the people who say that we're a rural community, land should be used for agricultural, land should be used for agricultural purpose, and were you able to at least have some meeting of the mind, maybe not change, but certainly help those folks who feel that the land that we are using is definitely should not be, there shouldn't be solar panels in that area?
Yeah, Chairman, thank you for that question. We have worked really diligently to reach out to folks in the community, and I'll get more specific, but I'm going to start broad.
That's good.
We initially had a public meeting where we sent postcards out to folks within a certain mile radius of the project area. And we held a meeting at the YMCA and prepared to deliver a presentation there to folks. We provided our contact information and et cetera, and location, time, place. Nobody came to that meeting. There was a petition that was presented to you guys many months ago, spearheaded by one of the landowners out there. And we reached out to everybody on that petition. We sent them a personal letter, invited them to, or offered to meet with them, have a phone call with them in person, whatever was convenient for them. I did not get a response to that letter. We also held another community meeting in the area at a local church, just really literally adjacent to the project area. Supervisor Long attended that meeting. I think we had maybe 2 or 3 other people in attendance. 2, yeah, Supervisor Long saying 2. Our engineers were available there. I was there to answer questions. So I guess my point is we've really tried to share information. There's been a couple of people that I've had a couple of phone calls with. What I found is that, solar energy is not something a lot of people are terribly familiar with. And it's almost like medicine. You go to the internet and you search stuff and you're like, oh my God, I'm going to die tomorrow. But we're not doctors, right? So I find that once I'm able to have conversations with people, it's often the case that I am able to allay their concerns. I had an example of that in another county, in another project a couple of weeks ago. We had a community meeting and a guy came and he had a whole prepared statement that he was going to make and a whole lot of questions. And we sat down and spoke, and, we spoke for an hour and I addressed so many of his questions that he had. The following week, we had a planning commission hearing. He came to it and I was like, I don't know what this guy's going to say. I don't think he's going to be a supporter. I think he's probably going to stand up and say that, like, he's not supportive of it. And he actually said, he got up and he said, I wanted to thank Urban Grid for giving me such really good information. I had a lot of concerns initially. I don't really have any concerns with this project, and I was really pleased. That's pretty typical once I have an opportunity to meet with people. But in this instance, I'm sorry to say that despite our best efforts, we weren't able to get a lot of people to respond to our offer to meet.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, thank you for that.
Thank you, sir.
Well, if question answering is your forte, I'd sure like to see the sheeting equation off of a row of panels, because I've asked everybody and nobody's provided it. And you're not the first, you're not the last.
But stay here on this project.
Yes, sir. And if I may, could I follow up with you directly for any specifics our engineers might have to make sure that we give you exactly what you're seeking?
Let me just lay some parameters out for you. The length of a panel section, the height of the panel section, the length of the panel section, the height from the ground, in a rain that potentially gives you an inch of rain in less than 30 minutes. Because nobody's told us what the height of those panels. I've got a rough diagram from another vendor that's, got a height of the panel, but we've had other vendors here that have talked about heights of panels as much as 7 feet in the air.
Specific to their design.
But your design, I haven't seen anything in your design that delineates any of those things. And there's got to be something. Do this. You're telling me you do this all over Virginia, but there's no specific examples with any of that delineation in it.
Okay, we'll try to put something together for you. And as I said, if we have any more specific questions as we're putting that together, I'd like to reach out to you and be able to talk to you about it. Thank you.
Mr. Fincham will be able to answer or figure out what I need.
Okay, sounds good. I will work with Mr.
How high
Fincham.
they're going to be off the ground? Sir, excuse me. You're the designer. Do we have any indication of how high the panels will be off the ground?
I would say, I'm going to look to the engineer here. I'm thinking probably 20 inches is probably typical.
Yeah, it does.
Or typically what you do when you build, if you could, is there a?
Yeah, usually the minimum at, the full tilt is about 12 to 18 inches off the ground.
Right.
And then
So when they're level, they are how far? If it's the full
when
tilt?
they're level, they're probably 4 feet on
4
average.
feet, okay.
Yeah.
And full tilt, that means they're 18, at least a minimum
On the
of
bottom
18.
edge.
On the bottom edge,
Yeah.
okay.
12 to 18 typically.
Okay. You guys want to take? All right. Okay. All right. Any more questions, gentlemen?
Well, we didn't ask the serious one about the 30 conditions we have. Some of those are new, right?
Yes, and Ms. Long is correct. We internally actually had a condition related to the type of panels, but we had 3 people editing the conditions at the same time. So somehow that condition got eliminated, but we'll make sure that gets added back in.
Thank you.
How do we do that?
Okay, if I could, since we've picked on the applicant here for a while, I did attend. I did. Well, I mean, a lot of questions that could have been asked at public hearings. So I know they didn't have their full staff with them. So I think they punted real well on everything. As far as some of the detailed questions, as far as numbers and tilts, I don't think they've done a final engineering, because why would you put that money in unless you were pretty darn sure you had the project or you got the project approved. And the one thing I will say is we had 2 people show up at the one public thing I had. One was an adjacent property owner who had concerns. He was fine with that afterwards. I have had 8 households on Page Road, and there's just a small section of Page Road, but still on Page Road, that were opposed. I have also gotten letters in support, and I did not print it off. I got a letter from a lady who lives on Hobbs Road. Her house is a stone throw. I could hit Chief Loftus out there with the rock. Her house is so close. She wrote this wonderful letter and said, I feel safer with my children playing in the yard. I would much prefer to have solar panels that I know are going to be there and not change for 35 years than to worry about development. I had someone say to me, they'll never be able to build there. I grew up in Stafford. Don't tell me that they will never be able to build there. They can build and drain water anywhere they want and build any place, because there are places I used to have to tromp through wetlands in Stafford that are now subdivisions. Progress changes and people move and humans find a way to survive. And one benefit that I do see in this one project is that they're going to own this land, so they're going to want to take care of it. They're buying 1,600 acres. They're only going to have 665 or so panels divided into 9 different pods. And the rest of it, because I've talked to them and they know, you've got to have wildlife corridors. It is not just around the perimeter with a big barbed wire fence, which is a state requirement. You have to have them. You have to have those panels fenced because that's a state requirement. They're doing them in pods so that even the deer and the coyotes and everything else can get through and get to adjacent properties. They are doing reverse fencing to allow for a 7-inch access for the smaller mammals. And so I look at this as a project that we can continue to work on as far as conditions go. I look at it as a project that it basically instantly gives us a 1,600 acre wildlife refuge. And I look at it as a property owner, not somebody renting a piece of property for 35 years who really doesn't care what they leave with, because they've done their thing and now the property's going back. So let's not just look at all the negatives. Anything new is scary. It is, but solar has come a long way. And the electric companies are under a mandate to have a certain percentage of natural power, reusable power, regenerative power, whatever the term is, by a certain date. If they don't meet that mandate, they're going to get fined. What do you think our citizens' bills are going to do? The executives of the power companies aren't going to pay that fine. So we all need, as a state and as a community, to logically do our share. Caroline is a beautiful county, but we've never shrugged from our responsibilities. And if I can get a win-win and get a project that is both environmentally sound, a good ordinance, no other county that I know of has gone through the work that our planning department has gone through to establish a firm, straight ordinance. We've got one of our own board members working on a decommissioning committee who's going to watch out.
No, it's
for
not a
us.
decommissioning. It is a solar ordinance statewide, which is what I would like to see us as a county implement once we get a statewide ordinance complete that's all encompassing, which is what
I understand that, but
I don't think we're encompassing.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Yes. Is it fair to ask someone who has been working in good faith with our group, who already has a year and a half, 2 years of planning and engineering ahead of them, to keep them in limbo that long, when we know that the electric companies are still going to have to do that? We've got companies, I called Surrey, where this group did one of the big projects. They've had no issues. They said they were wonderful to work with. I have called, I have asked. I did not wait until they came for the second time to ask my questions. We've probably had 20 phone calls. I know not everybody is happy. I know people are scared, but I think we need to be fair to our applicants, and I'm going to move with the consent. Can I make a motion? You've got a question?
Can I
Yes.
just ask one quick question?
One quick question from Mr. Thomas, because I'm looking at that clock.
Yeah, really, I thought if I could get one of those put on my car, I'd be ready to go. But I was concerned a lot when you said there were 275,000 panels. But I had to recheck my math. An acre is 43,000 square feet. You're going to use 600 acres. So that's 26 million square feet that you're going to put those 277,000 panels on. So that's like one every 100 feet.
The square feet of the actual panels is 8,865,800.
1/3 of that. Okay.
Yep.
So it's still one every 3 feet. Yep. Okay. That's what I wanted to make sure, because it just seemed like a lot, but it is a lot of square footage that goes with it.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Go ahead. Ms. Long.
So with the consent of the applicant, I would move that CC Solar Special Exception Application 04-2021 be deferred to the board's meeting in August 9th of 2022 in order to allow for further consideration of new conditions proposed by the applicant, as well as consideration of a siting agreement proposed by the applicant in association with this project. And can I add on there also to work on other answers and questions that the board can submit? Can I add that?
I'll second that.
Okay.
So there's a motion and a second that we ask the applicant to allow us to defer. Is that correct, Ms. Long?
Yes.
to the August 14th to
August 9th.
August 9th meeting to continue to clarify some issues that we discussed and discuss conditions regarding the application.
The applicant, CC Solar, is okay with that proposal.
Okay, so there's a motion and a proper second, and the applicant has approved. Any discussion?
This is just to clarify, this is just to move forward with other questions, concerns. This is not a final vote.
No, it's not a final vote. It's to move forward to give the applicant an opportunity to help clarify, bring some codification to the questions that we have, and any things that are not clear to us, to clear those up before we have a vote.
Okay.
And discuss site agreements. Sure.
Okay.
Any more discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. This will be deferred until August 9th at our next meeting of 2022. Thank you, gentlemen and ladies. I certainly need a 10-minute break. I don't know about you guys. We're gonna take a 10-minute real-time break, and we'll be back in 10 minutes real time. We'll stand in recess.
Upper Carolina, I know you got to stretch your legs. Y'all been sitting there a long time.
Oh. We will reconvene the June 14th Board of Supervisors meeting. Next on the agenda is agenda item number 10, Special Exception 07, 2021, Upshaw Dorothy owner, Muskie Solar LLC. Mr. Fincham.
Mr. Chairman, for discussion purposes, I think you can combine 10 and 11, Shad and Muskie.
Yes, sir.
Same landowner, same solar developer, just two different applications. So, again, in a nutshell, you have the updated staff report with some suggested conditions for your consideration. The same facts hold with these applications as with the previous application. We spent some time trying to sort out the DEQ stormwater issues. We've had discussions with DEQ, and you have some suggested amended conditions for your consideration as you discuss and review these two applications. And staff will be more than happy to address any questions that the board may have.
Thank you, Mr. Fincham. Board members, any questions regarding agenda items number 10 and 11?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, if I could.
Yes, sir. Mr. Thomas.
Mr. Fincham, these new conditions, has the applicant been made aware of the new conditions?
Yes, copies of the updated conditions were provided to the applicant.
And the applicant agrees with all these new conditions?
I think you'd have to ask that question of the applicant.
Oh, okay.
These are staff's recommendations to the board for your consideration.
I thought you had asked the applicant prior to this meeting.
We had discussions with the companies.
Okay.
Yeah.
And it does hold true that in all special exceptions, if the applicant violates any portion of this special exception, the board has the ability to pull a special exception, correct? After a public hearing and process.
The board can revoke a special exception permit for noncompliance with conditions.
Okay.
After a public hearing.
Yes. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Black.
Just out of curiosity, because it's a solar facility, I mean, it's like, I think we talked about this earlier, but how do you pull like if Meadow Event, when we talked about earlier, if they're blaring their music and we can pull their special exception, they can't have concerts. How do you, like for a solar facility that's already there, what is, they violate something a year, what are you going to pull the panels?
Good question. I think you raise a point that it's a different animal, so to speak, the solar project versus music festival versus a shooting range. So it's somewhat of a different animal. Yes, you could revoke the special exception permit, but they also have a permit from other state and potentially federal agencies that we can't revoke. So that's subject to action by those jurisdictions. So I think the reality is you might have a locally revoked permit that may or may not run afoul of a state of a state agency or a federal agency.
So what you just said is similar to what we had with the sludge issue years ago. Is we could say no, we don't want it in a locality, and the state could say yes, you do. Kind of similar.
Yes. And quite frankly, that's something down the road you could. Telecommunications towers are another example where the feds and the state have preempted local authority with respect to the siting of cell towers. If it's something that, the state or federal government wants, we are somewhat beholden to them in terms of whether they grant that authority to us or not. And they certainly can take it away.
I understand where we sit in the food chain, without a doubt. But the reality is we have some control, however little it is right now, that we can exercise.
with respect to granting the special exception, that's correct.
And the conditions that go along with the special exception.
That's correct.
Okay.
But we can't, even if we revoke it, doesn't mean that they're no longer a solar facility because they've got state and other permits that we can't do anything about. So we could tell them all day long they're done. They violated stormwater management regs. DEQ says we'll give them a year to fix it. They don't. They still could produce some power. We get the negative effects of whatever takes place.
That's correct.
So if you don't start, they can't do that.
Correct.
Yeah, but that's just back to the sludge thing. We said no on sludge. We didn't want sludge in the county, and the state said, yes, you will. So I'd rather have some control than no control.
Sure.
That,
Chris is going to try to say something.
yeah, I'm speaking. I don't know if you can hear me. The issue we're talking about is state law preemption, and I want to clarify that, right now we don't have a statute like we do with wireless cell towers that expressly preempts local zoning authority. Right now, the Caroline County has the zoning authority to regulate the use of land. The issue you're talking about with DEQ and EPA is an issue called occupying the field. And the question is, even though there isn't an express statute saying the state has preempted local zoning authority, does the fact that DEQ issues permits for this preempt local zoning authority? And I think based on the case law I've seen, it's not clear to me how that would go, but I think it's more likely than not than right now that localities would retain zoning authority and the ability to enforce your special exception, even though DEQ does regulate certain aspects of these projects. Of course, these are all brand new. Those issues haven't been tested in the courts, so we don't know how it's going to go. And obviously, if an express statute came down, like the Wireless Communications Act, that said we're taking over and we're going to set up administrative review eligible projects like we have for cell towers, that would be a different issue. But I wanted to clarify the distinction between express preemption and occupying the field. There's no express preemption right now. It's not clear to me even that the state has occupied the field, but that's an open question.
So let me finish with my original question. And the applicant, and you can stay right there because I understand. Have you seen the new conditions, and do you agree with the new conditions? Oh, you're going to get up for Mr. Upshaw?
Yes, I'll go ahead and answer the question. So good evening, Chairman and board members. My name is Juan Alvarez from EDF. I'm representing the applicants, and we have reviewed the conditions, and they are acceptable to the applicants.
Okay. Thank you. And well, go ahead. I'll come back later. Ms. Long?
Yeah, Mike, I don't know if this is a Chris question or your question. These two are two, but they're really on the same piece of property. So when we're looking at the megawatts, do we combine them and
No,
does
ma'am.
that make a difference? They're
No, ma'am.
still
Two separate applications, not to exceed 5 megawatts each. That DEQ, and when they started the permitting process, DEQ specifically permitted them as two separate projects, which is why they came to the board as two separate projects.
All right, I'm just thinking about that 9 megawatt threshold there. So
5 megawatt threshold,
Yes, they're both under the 5 megawatt threshold.
except it's one property owner.
Two different special exception applications.
I get it. I get it.
I mean, we had this discussion early in the process. Should it be one or larger project or two? It was already in a DEQ permitting process as two separate projects.
Because they're two distinct areas on his vast property. Right.
Yeah.
It's not like they're abutting.
Well, they are abutting.
Okay.
But one of the applications originally started out on a physically separate piece of property.
Right.
Okay, which was why there were two different projects. During that process, the other property, as I understand it, was no longer subject to consideration, but there was additional land area available on the Upshaw property to relocate that project to this site. So we had those same discussions early on. We were kind of thinking the same way, but based upon the DEQ permitting process, we felt it was appropriate to go forward as two separate projects, even though it's on the same piece of property.
Mr. Foran?
Mr. Fincham, did the, that specific type of panel that we've gotten some feedback about, did that prohibition make it into this?
No, and I actually have a condition for you to add.
Okay.
That basically says solar panels containing cadmium telluride shall be prohibited.
And that would be 29?
29.
Yeah, 28 was the last one.
Yeah, yes, sir. 29 in both of those special exceptions applications.
Okay, and since this is a special exception, not a rezoning, we can add conditions that we want as we go along, and as long as the applicant agrees, we're okay, right?
These are unlike a rezoning where it's a negotiated process. Yes, there's some negotiation, but at the end of the day, these are conditions that the board imposes to protect the public health, safety, and welfare.
Imposed was the word I was looking for.
Correct.
Okay. And there is a bond for decommissioning and all those things.
By ordinance, that is required.
While you're there, who's responsible for decommissioning? Because we have all, if you read condition 4, it does not delineate who's responsible.
Because we have extensive decommissioning provisions specified in our ordinance that any application has to follow those decommissioning requirements.
And let me pull that thread a little bit then. If they were to lose their permit, special exception, is the EDF Renewals Distributed Solutions responsible for taking everything out? Or is the developer responsible? Or is the main point of contact responsible?
We would have a decommissioning bond held by the county that if all else fails, the county could use that money to decommission the project, remove it.
If that doesn't cover the total cost,
then there's a difference there that would have to be addressed at that time.
who would, can you tell me the succession of that?
No, sir.
You want to, so you have no idea what the succession would be? Does it fall to the landowner in the end?
I wouldn't want to address that. What I would say to you is the way the decommissioning provisions are set up in our ordinance, they're subject to renewal and updating every 5 years, or if there is a change in ownership of the project. So if EDF Renewals got approval, was operating it, and sold it to another entity, then that whole decommissioning bond would have to be recalculated at that time. The way our ordinance is written, which is, I think, more stringent than what the state code spells out, we have to look at the recyclable market at that time, the landfill market at that time. There was concern about credit being given for recyclable products. The recyclability of the panels has always been a question, I think, to the board and staff. So the way our ordinance is written, they have to look at the local market when determining what the cost of demolition and recycling decommissioning would be. We don't want somebody coming in and saying, well, we can haul it to New York because they have a cheaper rate up there. we specifically tie it to the local market here in Virginia versus somewhere else. So we tried to, you know, did we think of everything? I can't sit here to say that, but I think we tried to address as many of the loopholes with our decommissioning regulations as we could anticipate.
So if the bond doesn't cover it, we don't know who's responsible.
That's correct. We're only responsible up to the amount of the decommissioning bond.
Who's we?
The county has the ability to cover up to the amount of the bond we hold for decommissioning. So if there's a discrepancy there, that question, I would not want to speculate as to the answer.
But we get to review that every 5 years, right?
By ordinance, that's reviewed every 5 years or with a change in ownership of the project.
So after, and this is year one. So in year 6, we're going to review this, and in year 6, they're probably not going to be talking about decommissioning.
Well, year one is prior to the operation of the facility. They have to post a decommissioning bond, you know.
So we're saying year 0 and then year 5.
Right.
Okay, so year 5, they're in all likelihood not going to be talking about decommissioning this project. So at that time, we renegotiate the bond if we have to.
We reevaluate the bond.
We reevaluate.
It's an engineering analysis.
Okay.
Mr. Black or Mr. Ford, any more further questions?
No, that the 5-year window, like for example, if the recycling market goes away, essentially, then it's going to be much more expensive to dispose of. So at that point, the bond could be adjusted. So that was primarily my question.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Black. None. Mr. Seeley.
Well, since Kimberly Horn is still here, I basically can go back over all of my questions. The only difference is they have a bit of a diagram in this package that they haven't had in any others. But they do show a solar panel, which is much larger than what we talked about much larger in length and in the coupling them together. This picture goes on for as far as I can see. So does somebody want to tell me what the size of these are?
Yeah, so first of all, in terms of total panels, the Shad project will have approximately 16,000 panels. The Muskie project will have approximately 15,000 panels. The dimensions of each panel that are either 400 watt or 450 watt are 84 inches by 43 inches by 3.2 inches.
And then the overall coupling together, the length, these look like they go on for, I'm looking at the picture, and since there's no page numbers, I can't even tell you what page this is.
Hey guys, this is Miles Burnside. I'm a vice president at EDF. So what you're seeing there, Mr. Silly, that's a little bit different is we're doing a 2V orientation. So if you think about solar panels, roughly the size of a residential door. So there's 2 stacked on top of each other. So that's why it looks so big. There's about an inch in between them. So they're not quite impervious. And then in the long way dimension, they're roughly 150 feet long. So you've got 2 doors stacked on top of each other, running for 150 feet. Every panel actually has about an inch in between.
Okay.
That's one question, Ms. Sewell.
No. I'm just going down these because, go ahead.
Ms. Long.
Since I'm going to I harped on this on one project, I'm going to harp on another one. What are we doing about wildlife corridors and fencing to allow for movement?
one of the conditions that we have accepted mentions the fencing that will allow habitat to go to cross.
All right, so you're talking to go under.
To go under.
What
Correct.
about the larger mammals? Just in case you don't know, you're coming to deer and bear country and coyote country. So will there be breaks in between the panels, and will there be, or do you plan on fencing everything? Are you going to leave access for emergency vehicle, like a road that they can move on? What are you going to do?
The fencing on these projects are much smaller. And so we have accounted for the corridors for access vehicles. And so we provided in our application the diagram showing these access roads.
Is that the black line on the outside? I thought that was the visual buffer. Okay. All right.
The two projects, though, are fenced separately, and the fenced areas, I believe, are 50 acres. And
Can you speak into the microphone, please?
sorry, the two projects are fenced separately, and so 33 acres and 38 acres respectively. So the fenced-in areas are very small for the large animal migration you're referring to.
And there's a break in between and around?
In between the two projects. Yes.
Okay.
That's it. Mr. Seeley? Ms. Long, you okay with that?
Yep. Well, I need to know.
Mr. Seeley?
The topo map that you have in here is pretty difficult because you've overlaid everything on, but how would you describe the general slopes on this?
Can't think the biologist that way.
Hi, Board. Jordan Brooks with Kimley Horn. The topo on this site generally is flatter towards the top where the arrays are located, and then falls off around the perimeter where we have the streams and wetlands around our buffers for us to adequately place basins and permanent ponds.
Because that's the exact same site that Louisa has. It is on a flat plateau on top, and the runoff is all down the sides. And that is exactly where all the water inundations coming from and erosion that they are causing in a lot of places.
I can't speak to Louisa. I'm not familiar with the topography on that site specifically, but this site, the perimeter of the site is, I would hope, less steep than Louisa. And with the arrangement that we have and how we are placing the basins, we're not proposing to disturb on some of those really significantly steep areas.
So how much disturbance do you think you'll make on the plateau?
On the plateau?
Yeah.
I believe our disturbance relatively is around 80 acres per site.
I mean, how much soil are you going to have to move to actually make that site usable for yourself, for this solar farm?
That's not an analysis that we've done at this point. A detailed grading plan is not something that we've done at this point. Sure.
So I've actually been doing solar. I don't have a lot of gray hair, but for 13 years, done projects in over a dozen states. I live in Virginia. I own my own farm. We actually started the division of our business in Vermont. Vermont allows effectively no grading. And so we actually take an approach where we contour our projects to fit the land. There will be some cut and fill work, but generally speaking, it's going to be much different than a project like the CC Solar where you just have a much bigger development. We try to work with the land. I think one of the other keys, not specific with Louisa, but many of the other projects I've done and others do, so we have an enormous buffer between us and the other landowners. I mean, typically we'd be up here arguing, should the buffer be 100 foot versus 60 foot? Because we need that extra 40 feet to put something. We have like a 2,000 foot buffer in certain areas. So I just want you to realize that some of these erosion issues, while are real, the development goes right up to the property line, and there's just not enough space to adequately put the stormwater features. That's not something we really have on this site. So I do want to draw that distinction.
I'm more concerned about the waterways and erosion and sediment control going in because of where you are. and the amount of water that is around this site. And that's the same problem on Louisa, is that this is inundating two creeks.
No, I hear you. And one of the things, I don't know if our landowner would like to speak. Would you like to speak about what you used to do on the site and how this could be an improvement?
50 years ago, we used to plow them. So anything that's in the field has holding pond around it, or pond, so anything that's already in crop production, you shouldn't have to worry about after you leave. Because like this, it's 5 holding pond with this. The only area you might have to worry about is the cutover, which has been cut over, sitting there, bare ground, nothing but stumps and all, no erosion at this point. But they're only going to put 20 or 30 acres in 70 acres of timberland. So we're going to have about 50 acres to deal with. So you're going to have more than most big feeder farms. Not really much feeder farms. And you're going to have Chesapeake Bay, which is probably about 100. And then you're going to have 200, 200 to 300 feet of mean in between them and that property. So I kind of think we can cover it. I mean, for whatever they don't do, I can put out and like I said, I know what those numbers say and all that, but you know, I've seen this now. We've got a Piedmont soil. It's sand on top, clay underneath. So rain goes through the sand and stays in the clay. So it's a pretty decent soil. Yes, it's some slope. But the erosion, you just stop it before it starts.
Yeah, but you're putting a roof over that 30 acres completely. And you're going to run that water, and I understand the erosion control and the sediment ponds. But I also don't agree with the dog box, the panel moves, so it's not gonna drip water in the same place every time. If you run a water jet and you're actually channeling out metal, you run the water across the panel back and forth. You don't just dig a channel out in one fell swoop. This is over time. And if you get a rain over a couple of days and the panel's roughly in the same place, that's why I've asked for the sheeting equations. Everybody's been asked, nobody's done them.
Well, one thing I'll mention, much like yourself looking at your lecture, I mean, I'm an engineer who now farms. You had a nice John Deere on your website, by the way. I'm going to drive mine this weekend. But I am a chemical engineer. I can't tell you what that sheeting equation is. I rely on people like Jordan here to do that. Same if I build a house, like, yeah, I can tell you how to calculate a chemical equation and install it in a factory. And I can do a lot of the electrical stuff for this. But again, I'm not the guy that's going to design my own stormwater. So I have to kind of rely on what the state standards are. And if, you know, they're telling us to do it some way, I mean, that you know, one of the things we've had other counties do in other states, which I would actually not recommend for this project, but might recommend for a utility scale project, is you could hire a third-party consultant to verify that we're following the state standards. I mean,
I would love to do that if I had state standards to follow, but DEQ is not going to evaluate this for us the way it should be because we're not an MS4 locality. They're going to say it's not in their purview and send it back to us.
Yeah.
So a review by an entity is not something we have right now. And my understanding, if I'm not wrong, Mr. Fincham, there are 2 DEQ inspectors for this kind of work.
That's my understanding, that they actually have two full-time inspectors devoted to solar projects.
So DEQ isn't going to, and that's my fundamental problem is they don't have any requirement and I don't have any regulation to match this up against. Hence, I think the General Assembly putting together a commission to actually bang this out so that and it's got to be done, is my understanding, by the time the General Assembly meets in January. So this becomes legislation, which gives everybody the same yardstick to measure this by.
And one of the things, we are also on that committee. My colleague, Chris Gordon, is on that committee with you. One of the things I would say, though, is we have a project that's under construction right now. We had a landowner call and complain about what they thought was a stormwater issue. The DEQ inspector, one of these two, was out within a week. So they found one thing where a pipe had fallen off. And so we fixed it. And it wasn't really, they said the issue hadn't escaped the boundary. But so I hear where we're saying there's two DEQ inspectors, but I mean, literally, we had one come to our project within like 7 days of somebody calling. So, you know, I hear you and I understand because we have counties that also have retained their stormwater and we work with them to do their stormwater analysis. So you guys are in this situation where maybe we don't think the state, as a citizen of Virginia, is doing the right thing, but that's kind of the lay of the land and how we've designated who does what. I mean, I wish, you know, everybody had a full planning staff and full DEQ and full stormwater, and we all had lots of jobs locally, but that's just not the way we work right now. So,
okay.
Well, you heard my question on the flood protection is generally met by reducing the 10-year post-development flood. You heard that whole spiel before. I mean, this is written, there's no, I understand it's a cut and paste job.
It's not a cut and paste job, respectfully. We spoke with David Nunnally and Craig Pennington at the county a few months ago at this point, and Craig instructed us to be technical with you guys because you guys do your homework. So I was trying to give you as much information technically as I could. And to Sean's point earlier on the CC project, point well taken. Next time I certainly will quote the section of code that we're referring to here, but I was trying to provide it in a way that was easily understood, but also gave you the technical information that we're trying to follow.
Okay.
Mr. Thomas?
Okay, you said before you leave, and it was Jordan?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Jordan what?
Brooks.
Brooks, okay. Ms. Brooks, you said before it was 33 and 38 acres. Were those numbers right?
For the fenced area?
For the fenced area, or 31?
On the two projects.
Okay, and the whole project, or the whole site, is how many acres?
Which site? There are two projects.
They're each 398.
Each site is 398 acres. Okay, and in that particular area is your site, and they're all surrounded by Mr. Upshaw's farm.
Correct.
Okay, and I've actually visited the site. I've spoken to Mr. Upshaw on numerous times, and I've probably eaten some of the vegetables that came out of his farm, at his mother's place. But it seems like this is, to me, it's a very unique application because it's more of a partnership. You're going to be there with the solar facility. He's still going to be farming. And it's far be it from me to tell somebody what to do with their land as long as they're not impacting anybody else. So I think if there are any issues with runoff, your runoff will first of all be directly on his farm. And I think we had soybeans there the last time. And soybeans this year. So if his soybeans get washed away, he's going to be the first one to complain and the first one that'll fix it. So that gives us a unique application. And I think that's one of the really good things you have in your favor. So if there's no other questions.
Actually, I sparked a question.
All right.
And it might be, maybe you can answer it. The 33 and 38 acres is within the 398. That's a singular 398 that they're
it's two 398s.
So we're looking at
780. 780.
780, and your land completely encompasses the whole project. Okay. Oh, you're on both sides of the creek. Okay, so it's not 780 acres. Okay, but okay,
it was 400. Still surrounded. That's
so. But you, again, my main question was you this is completely within your property, and the nearest property line is just off the hip. Okay.
Which I keep trying to tell people, solar is a solution. When this 70 acres of forest, if it doesn't go into panels, it's going to go into the soil. And there will be no bump. The property line, I mean, you drive by the road, there's a handful, there's the road floor right there. So, in the other point, grass fixes so many of these problems. Talk about sheeting, I've got a 60-foot by 60-foot shed, it's 40-foot high, and yes, when the cattle were in there and tearing up the ground, we had to put grass over it, all going off on one end, and even actually started selling, but in the years since the cattle have been in there, the grass has overtaken them, filled in a lot of the gullies. And so these panels, like I say, I go by 5 or 6 weeks. There's just not enough water there to dig a trench. If it does, it's like my house. The gutters in bad shape, I'll pull them off. I got too many other trees. I didn't put any of the gutters back. I left it. I put bolts and rock. There ain't nothing that water can't fit in, that pretty much I ain't figured out how to fix in 50, 60 years at all. So I guess the partnership thing, you're not only them, you gotta meet, because once they get approval from you, they still gotta come get by me. You know, I just got an option with it. We haven't got a contract, and then that's where it's really cool thing. And like I said, so far we've been working together, and I got questions for them, they got questions for me, and so far they haven't let me down. So like I said, it's not like somebody from away from me. This is my lawn. Maybe my mother's name is property.
Right.
And I may just get a check, but it's mine.
Thank you.
Mr. Black, your question? Mr. Thomas?
That was pretty much, it. I think that's the unique thing of this particular project is the partnership, and then there's the other thing that we can't really let our emotions affect the decision. But in a case where a farmer sees that his children may not want to be farmers, he has to do whatever he can to protect and save his farm. And I think he's done that, and that's, something I'm not really considering in the decision, but I know that's a benefit because 400 and some acres, we could probably easily put 40 or 50 houses there in no problem. And then I got to find 40 or 50 more school teachers and sheriff's deputies and all those things that go along with it. So I think on that note, being a small or as we call minor facility, I'm going to move the approval of special exception 07-2021 for Dorothy Upshaw.
I'll second.
There's a motion that we approve the,
I have to say,
special exception 07-2021, Upshaw Dorothy owner Muskie Solar. Second by Mr. Black.
And I also,
for discussion.
I also believe in my motion, I have to say that we are going to forego the comp plan amendment or the comp plan review since it's something new.
That's as amended with item number 29.
As amended with item number 29, thank you.
Mr. Black, you amend your second?
Yes. Second
Mr.
amendment.
Thomas?
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, Mr. Underwood.
Go ahead, Mr.
Do you also want to make sure that we tie, I'm not sure there's a discrepancy there, but do you want to make sure that we tie this application to the decommissioning requirements of the ordinance?
Correct.
By adding a condition.
I assume that was part of it since it's in our ordinance, but if we have to tie it, then, we'll tie it.
Yeah, I think you could add a condition that says decommissioning shall be accomplished in accordance with the decommissioning provisions of the zoning ordinance and recorded in the land records of Caroline County.
That's good.
And this applicant's under the same new conditions that the rest of,
Yes, all those
all
conditions.
those nice red blocks.
Yeah, they were
Right, everything else is still the same.
They were
Thank
exactly
you.
the same. And we're just doing, the one he just did was just tie the,
I can't believe we're going to rewrite all this on the fly.
we're not doing anything on the fly.
We are.
We're just clarifying.
This stuff isn't even in,
Okay.
it's not even in the conditions.
You can call the question. I've amended my motion. Mr. Black amended his second.
Yeah.
I'm amending again. And 29 is the no panels, and 30 is just really a reference to say you've got to do what's in our ordinance. Okay. Yes.
Just, do we need to add anything else, Mike?
I can't believe we're at the last minute. Do we need to add anything else? It's not written down. I mean, this couldn't get any shoddier.
Right. There's the motion, proper second with the proper amendments of 29 and 30 in the conditions. Any more discussion?
Do we want to clean this up and have it at our next meeting?
I think we just cleaned it up. It's really the one thing we missed was the panels. And we added the panels and
decommissioning.
I didn't think that was necessary because it's in our ordinance, but Mr. Fincham thought it would be good to reassure it's in our ordinance. So we're really only adding one thing. You know, we're just reinforcing the fact that they're going to stick to our ordinance by saying that's a condition, but they'd have to stick to it anyhow, right?
Yes, sir.
And they have agreed to all the red stuff, so.
Yeah. Any more discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
We have division in the House. Roll call, please. Mr. Forehand, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Black, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Seeley, how do you vote?
Nay.
Ms. Long, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Thomas, how do you vote?
Aye.
And I vote nay as well. Motion carries 4-2. Thank you, sir. Next.
Stay here and do the next one? Or you just want to just vote on the next one with the same conditions?
Well, I'm still here.
Next, Mr. Thomas, you want to make a motion?
I'm going to move that we add condition 29 that says the no, what kind of panels are they?
Cadmium telluride.
Yeah, no cadmium telluride panels. Yeah, say that 3 times fast. And that condition 30 be that the decommissioning be in accordance with the county ordinance.
And recorded in the land records.
And recorded in the land records. And I also forego the comp plan review. I so move.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, there's a motion and a second that we adopt special exception 08-21. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
I think nay. Division in the House. Mr. Forehand, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Black, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Seeley, how do you vote?
Nay.
Mrs. Long, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Thomas, how do you vote?
Vote aye.
And I vote nay as well. Motion carries 4-2. All right. Agenda item number 12. Proposed purchase of real estate for site of new Sparta Volunteer Fire Station.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I'm glad to report that successfully negotiated a purchase of 6 acres of land in Sparta for the new Sparta Fire Station from Mr. Steve Lohr. I would like to commend his cooperation in working to get that done. We have a signed agreement for $85,000 for that 6 acres. We've done our due diligence on that property and investigations, and would recommend that you ratify that signed agreement and authorize either the chairman or myself to sign all the deeds and necessary paperwork that'll be prepared by our legal.
Okay, board members, you've heard a presentation by Mr. Cully regarding the purchase of the real estate for Sparta. Any questions?
I make a motion, we approve the purchase of real property for the new Sparta Fire Station as presented.
Second.
There's a motion and a proper second. What's that?
Oh, yeah, we're gonna have to. DEQ's gonna make us.
We can have a discussion.
I can't wait till you have the DEQ discussion on your fire station in Carmel Church.
There's a motion.
All the way to the South River.
There's a motion and a proper second.
Do we need to add who's going to sign it? You said something about giving somebody.
Either authorize the chairman or myself to sign the necessary paperwork, one or the other.
Would you want to amend?
Do we need to amend that? I think it's just.
Is it either or? Does it need to be specific in the, is it either or is it?
Sorry.
By
the end of the night, I'm not gonna be able to say anything. It's in the resolution.
Mr. McKenzie, can you speak up, please?
Okay.
I'm trying to talk.
All right,
So we're just adopting the resolution, so it's who's ever in the resolution.
So there's a motion and proper second that we purchase the real estate for the new Sparta Volunteer Fire Department. Any discussion other than?
We're gonna have Charlie sign that, or do you want to sign it? Okay, either or.
Any discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Thank you.
Motion carries. Mr. Cully, do your thing. Agenda item 13, proposed 6-month extension of memorandum of understanding with Upper Carolina Volunteer Fire Department for career staff.
Patient, let's do it.
Well, we got to talk about that.
All right.
So, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, before you have a request from Upper Caroline VFD to extend our staffing agreement 6 additional months. With us here tonight are 2 members of Upper Caroline's board, Andrew Cook and Kitty Diamond. So if you have questions for them directly. A little history, in 2017, the board and the county entered an agreement with Upper Caroline. Upper Caroline would pay for 80%, basically, the cost of 2 full-time employees. The county would pick up the remaining 20% to staff Upper Caroline Monday through Friday, 12-hour days, 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. And we've done that for the last 5 years. Some things have changed in that 5 years. Number one, we don't have part-time employees anymore. All right. To make this staffing agreement work, we had part-time employees in 2017 that we could use to fill in when the full-time employees were off, because you can only work them 48 hours in a week. So we had part-time employees to do that. About 3 years ago, our part-time with COVID kind of slowed down to trickle. We only have 3 part-time employees left on the rolls, and we're actively recruiting for that still. But the only way we're able to meet the agreement today is through mandatory overtime or mandatory holds. Like you finished your shift and you're not going home, you're going somewhere else. And callback overtime, because again, we have no part-time to fulfill the agreement. That's what we've been doing for the last year and a half. So it's a fairly costly method. It costs dollars, but it also hurts on morale. When you don't let people go home when they're supposed to go home and you have to use overtime, you get a lot of burnout with people having to come back with that. So from our standpoint, that extension for us, we're just not able to staff that. Secondly, right now I'm down 4 positions. So we had 2 resignations one resignation last week and 1 resignation this week. 2 of those resignations of the 4 were from staff at Upper Caroline. So it is not a place that our staff want to go from the standpoint of the schedule. They work the 24-hour schedule, which is 9 days a month. If they're going to Upper Caroline for a period of time, they got to work Monday through Friday, essentially 5-hour days, 5 12-hour days, excuse me. So that's a hardship on some of our employees. A lot of our employees have childcare lined up for the 24-hour shifts. So when we move them to that 12-hour day shift, that cuts out their part-time work, that cuts out their childcare and a few other things. So it is hard for us to maintain that today. It's hard enough for us to maintain staffing as it is today. But again, before you, Andrew and Kitty are here, you can certainly ask them any questions. They would like to extend that existing agreement till December.
And in that extended period of time, they want to come back to the board with a proposal for future staffing to get to 24 hours a day at Upper Caroline. So that's really what the reason for the extension is right now. My recommendation to the board is we let this MOU, this agreement, die out at the end of June 30th. We can certainly enter into discussions for a new memorandum of understanding for new staffing patterns come August at our next board meeting when those are presented by the company. So, any questions?
Yeah, Chief, it says in here that they didn't want to sign the MOU.
So we proposed an MOU to them that altered the existing thing that we've done for the last 5 years to try to have some 24-hour presence up there. As I said, we only work 12-hour days. And that idea was to have a time and a place where the career staff were there so that volunteers could come up to the station, get checked off on stuff. Right now, their membership is so low that they just don't have that ability to mentor new members that are coming in the door. So without some 24-hour presence there, the truth is they'll fail to exist in the very near future.
And you said it's eight members.
They have 8 members on the books, but only 3 of them are actively running calls.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from board members? Ms. Long?
Yeah, can I, Andrew? What'd you do to yourself? Yeah, I know that feeling. Any new volunteers coming up? We're having the same problem down our way, so.
You're not getting kids these days to sign away 200 hours of their life.
Yeah.
That's days are past.
Mm-hmm. So, I can't give you staff I don't have. We're down 4 people. So there's no way we could do that because we got to keep everybody centrally located and do the best we can where our highest call volumes are. And I don't like it, but we're having, just like you're having trouble getting volunteers, we're having trouble getting career. Same with the sheriff's department. So if you all come up with any great ideas to get new recruits in, that are really interested either in volunteering or becoming professional, making it a career, and let us know. We'll try to think of some way to help reel them in or to reel them in. But I don't see how we can enter into a agreement when I know I don't have. It's like having a bill and not having the cash to pay it. We just can't.
Help y'all pay for what you're already going to have to do. Y'all have to run the calls whether we do or not.
Yeah.
Whether y'all at our building or not. We're just trying to make sure response time for our people are good.
And I understand that, but right now we've got people on overtime and spreading them out as thin as we can in the high population areas and call it Spotsylvania, I guess, when we need to. But we gotta keep doing recruiting until we get people out. None of us are getting any younger.
So even though we do it, you're right, we have to run the call. I guess even though we're not there, so we're going to end up running the call anyway, as you say.
You're still sending the truck from Bowling to Ladysmith to run the calls.
Right.
And
it
takes our crew during the day away that's not running the frog level.
Right.
Or to Bowling Green to help y'all.
Is there a solution to that? Since we can't man the station, is there something we can put in place?
We're willing to work with y'all, but we're not signed a contract that y'all's lawyer sent us.
Say that again?
I said, we're willing to work with y'all, but I'm not signing a contract that y'all's lawyer sent us.
Okay.
I felt like I wasted 3 days of my life reading that contract.
No, I mean, we're trying to find a solution to a very complex.
We've given y'all almost $700,000 in 5 years.
So I don't think it's been wasted.
It had. Nobody said it's been wasted.
Right. So I don't think your 3 days of reading the contract is wasted. I think we're trying to come to a solution.
Did y'all get the copy of the renewal contract he sent us?
Yeah, we did. You have a concern?
I mean, we got it.
Yeah, we have it.
I mean, we got it.
No, changes? Okay.
Change that you wanted made to the,
You want to explain this?
Chief, you want to discuss those?
The changes they want to be made were essentially what we had been doing for the last 5 years, staffing Monday through Friday, 12-hour days.
Right, we can't do that.
I can't provide that stuff.
Right, and I read that, I read that we can't do it. So if they're asking us to continue to do it, then we're at an impasse.
And we are at an impasse, that's correct. So.
And that's something that we can't do. So if we can't do that, I guess back to my initial, is there anything that we can do since we're going to run the call anyway? There's a issue or situation where we need to go. We're going to go in. Is there any way that we could reduce response time or how that call comes into Upper Caroline or an intermediary?
There really isn't, right? So if we're not at that building, then we're not going to improve response time significantly. Okay. So at some point, as Andrew mentioned, their volunteer coverage is just not there. Their call volume is not there. They have about 300 calls a year that originate in that district boundary, and they run about another 600 responses or 600 on top of that to other parts of the county with our career staff now. So if you add Carmel Church, which is about 1,000 calls in the Carmel Church district, plus helping out everybody else, that call volume will come down for Upper Caroline. They'll still have their original 300 calls that originate in their district boundaries. And those are the ones that we'll have to send someone up there to do that. We do the same thing in Sparta. All of Sparta's EMS is handled out of Bowling Green, a central location, because the call volume is low. But at some point, Sparta, Upper Caroline, Port Royal, they just don't have the volunteers to maintain the level of response that's needed. So, we'd have to bite off that piece of staffing once those numbers come a little bit higher. But at 300 calls a year, it's hard for me to stand and say, you got to spend $500,000 on staffing. I'd like to staff every station we have, but I can't. Can't make that recommendation. So the calls will be answered. They'll be answered out of Ladysmith, Bowling Green, or Carmel Church, one of those centrally staffed stations.
So Chief, what you said in here is that there's a low number of calls, which I guess 300 is like one a day.
Correct.
Is that what you're saying?
Yep.
And because the paid personnel are there, low number of calls leads to low morale, and that's what you're saying.
Because they're working 5 days versus the 24 hours.
But that's what he's got in here as why the professional people don't want to be there.
And the schedule, obviously.
And the schedule, yeah. I just hate to be that one call a day.
I understand that. I fully understand that. And like I said, I'd like to staff everywhere.
Yeah.
But, to come up with the bodies we need for the Carmel Church Station, to come up with the bodies that we would need to staff here, you need 6 employees to staff Upper Caroline. Total of 6 to do 24 hours a day. And that's essentially what they're trying to get to is 6 employees. They want 24-hour-a-day coverage.
Now, this doesn't count their rescue squad, right?
That's everything, rescue and fire.
You got 8 total, rescue squad and fire?
8 total rescue squad. Well, right now they don't have any rescue squad certified folks, other than Kitty, who's not running at this point for reasons.
Okay.
Yeah, we run. I mean, you have an ambulance and fire engines at that station. So, yep. Okay. If we have people up there that are volunteers that are qualified, they would run. But right now we don't. We haven't had for a little while.
Okay. Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. You want to say something? I don't know if you.
No. I'm just kind of upset the way things have gone. I mean, I've been with EMS now for 48 years, and we've never had these problems before. We've had a lot recently. We had a lot of new members, but we can't seem to get the training for them that is needed. And so they're going other places to get their training, and they're staying at the other places. So it's not our fault either. I mean, we're trying the best we can. We work with them when they're there, for the ones that we do have to help train them. And there is a Target Solutions that they can go on. But that doesn't answer all the questions either. You got to have mentors and stuff, and we don't have them.
Chief, do we have training at all those stations by the career staff? Or do they go to like a?
I think what Kitty's referring to is they need someone there at the station. We've been staffing that station during the daytime, but most of the volunteers are available to come up there to train at night. And there would be no one, is that correct, Kitty? There would be no one up there to help them go through that process. We do have training at all the stations. And as Kitty said, we have a process they have to go through, but someone has to check them off on that process. If there's no one at Upper Caroline to check them off, they can go to another station to get checked off. But as she said, they go to another station that's busier, has more call volume, more activity, and that's where they lose folks. So they need to be able to have some mentors at their station to be able to, be there at night to get that stuff done. So that's why in the end, they're looking for that 24-hour coverage. Because I would assume that you just don't have enough staff right now to make that a reality.
So if it's 24-hour coverage, why do we need 6? Wouldn't it be 3 people working a 24-hour shift?
Well, think of it like in a day. There's 3 8-hour shifts in a day, right? Okay. So you got to have 2 people on the ambulance. So in order to make that 24-hour a day, you need 3 shifts to work. So that's 2 people times 3 people a day. That's 6 people total to make it work.
I thought they liked to work 24-hour shifts.
They do. I'm just giving you the 24-hour example. So
my math's not that good.
Okay, so they work. Look at this. They work 24 on, 48 off, and they continue that. In order to make that work.
So to cover 3 days, you need 9 people.
No, still for an ambulance, it's only 6. 2 people work a day.
Okay.
They work 24 on. They take 48 hours off.
Right.
The other
next 40, the next 24, you got 2 working.
Right.
And they take 4. Then the next one you got 2, and then it starts all over again.
We use letters A, B, and C.
2, 4, 6.
Yep. So you need 6 for everything we do.
How many do you need on a fire call if a fire call comes in?
We'd like to have 9. From a safety standpoint, we really need 9. We're running with 6 today.
Just there.
Mr. Black, everywhere.
Everywhere.
Mr. Black.
What is your, and I know what is your total number of full-time people right now?
Operationally, 41.
You have 41.
So with 4 vacancies, we're down 10%.
And the new salaries are going to help?
It's going to help, yes.
I can handle the truth.
The truth is, right now, to recruit and fire an EMS and perhaps law enforcement, it's hard. Everybody's hiring. Not a lot of people are entering this profession. At the end of the day, even the big jurisdictions that pay a lot more money are not seeing the 100 to 200 applications they were 10 years ago. We're lucky to get 4 people for a position, and then they have to take a test, and then half of them don't show up for the test, et cetera. So,
and they're hiring people that are over 50 for their first firefighting job, which was unheard of 20 years ago.
You guys still have a chance.
So money is key. Don't get me wrong.
Oxygen bottle.
Maybe we should cut some positions now.
Money is key. That's a crucial factor. But the other factor is something we can't control, and that's just people are not taking on what essentially is a blue collar job. That's what this is. They're just not entering the profession.
Yeah, the school people left, but there should be like a junior program or something like that.
That's been there, done that.
But we had it.
They don't have enough money.
Exactly.
We had a program in the high school.
68 million, I have enough money.
Is there a room for an apartment building right behind the station? Live for free, run calls.
Well, they're making they are making some progress so that they can have domicile in the upstairs part of the fire station. They're trying to get everything to code so that people could stay there 24 hours. But you could build a building with a shoot house.
Ooh.
So
okay, so all right, so
I only say that because 30 years ago, when I was looking at going to Mary Washington, Spotsylvania Courthouse had three or 4 live-ins, and so
that
was a long time ago. I'm sure a lot of things have happened since then.
All right, thank you, gentlemen. How does the board wish to proceed?
I guess we follow the chief's recommendation.
Okay.
I would like for us to continue to negotiate it, and perhaps things will change. If they do, then we jump in, but at this point,
I believe the company wants to come back and make a proposal.
So you wanted to extend till December 31st. Chief, are you in opposition to that, correct?
I'm in opposition to that. That's correct.
Because of staffing.
I am in line with Mr. Forehand, though. I believe they have a proposal, and they could bring back perhaps at the August meeting for the board to consider on a new agreement. But we have to let this one die, and then if there is a new agreement to be hashed out, then we'll look at that as we do that in the future.
Thank you, sir. Board members, how do you wish to proceed? Sure we do.
I don't know. It sounds like we're going to defer this to August with another proposal.
No, the MOU expires.
Well, we're talking about the current MOU now and their request to extend it. My recommendation is not to extend that.
Right, so we need to deny that.
And then come August, they will bring a new proposal back to the board for more staffing than they had today.
And we're going to hope you have staffing available. Well, we can't accept an agreement or enter into an agreement that we know we can't keep. We just can't, we can't go on with this. So I'm going to be the bad guy and motion that we not do the extension due to inability to fulfill the obligation, and hopefully, and to bring this back at our August meeting.
All right, there's a motion that we deny the request to extend the MOU to December 31st, 2022. All in favor? Any discussion?
There's no second.
Oh, there's no, I need a second.
I'll second.
Second by Mr. Forehand. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
The problem is this isn't going to get any better.
Well, nothing we can do about it right now.
Chief, just one quick, are there any like safer grants or something out there that you could do for like any rural localities with any of that like money that was
We've
coming
already
down?
got a $3 million safer grant on application. We should hear sometime this, the end of the summer.
Money's not the answer to this problem. It's people.
Well, it kind of is money. If we were hiring full-time and it was 6, then that's a different number. And
exactly. It's easier to get firemen that want to work a 24-hour schedule than those that want to work daytime. Nobody wants to come in the office. Nobody wants to get promoted and have to work in the admin office because you're 40-hour week. No fireman wants that.
I think we buy some of those tiny houses and throw in rent-free. I like that idea, Claude.
Right. Agenda item number 14, proposed supplemental appropriations to fiscal year 2022-23 for a part-time human resources generalist position.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, as part of the FY23 budget process, Human Resources submitted a request for funding for a permanent part-time HR generalist position. Joan Carter in our office does help out quite a bit with HR, all the HR work that she's asked to do, along with other things. But there's only one full-time position that's dedicated exclusively to HR day-to-day responsibilities, and that's HR manager Pam Smits. And as I indicated in the memo, other localities our size around us typically have 2, 3, even more positions that are dedicated to HR, as well as the manager type position. So in our budget request, we asked for up to $18 an hour for 20 hours per week for a total of $20,152. However, the funding in the adopted budget was inadvertently cut to $10,000, and in reality, that's not really enough to hire anyone that's qualified or use them for any meaningful hours. So I'm back asking for a supplemental appropriation, and if I'm going to come back, I might as well be realistic in what I'm asking for. And so what we've included in the request is $20 an hour for up to 25 hours a week. And so that would be a supplemental appropriation of just under $18,000, 89 to be exact, that would be added on top of the $10,000 that already exists.
So, Mr. Parton, I guess my question is, if in fact you really need a full-time person, why not ask for a full-time person? If you really believe that the work is there and that's what's needed in order to be efficient in our human resources department, then why would we not come before this board and ask for a full-time person? I think our budget's in pretty good shape. I think we've continued to be good stewards of the taxpayers' money, but we also have to do our due diligence in terms of services to our employees. And if a part-time person is a Band-Aid and the real fix is a full-time person, I guess my question is, why wouldn't you ask the board to have an appetite for a full-time person?
You can ask a question.
I thought that might be a bridge too far, to be honest.
What's that?
I thought that might be a bridge too far, to be honest, but.
Mr. Parton, do you have a part-time person already in mind for this, or do you have some idea of somebody that's interested in this part-time?
Wait a minute, I want to answer my question first.
But I think this may be the answer.
No, is there enough work for a full-time person? Well, is there enough work?
I believe there is, yes.
In HR for a full-time person, and would that help Mrs. Smith be more effective in her role? No, Mrs. Pam Smith.
Correct.
Would it help her be more effective in her role as managing the HR department, ensuring that the I's are dotted and T's are crossed?
Certainly, I think it would. Yes, sir.
Here's Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Black.
Before we, and I know staff recommended this, but and I don't know if they've talked about it, but in going around to some of the other departments last week, there was a common theme in some of them that they feel like there's staffing shortages abound, and not just in HR. And before, maybe it's something that we take a look at as a whole. I know that in planning, the planning department, they had talked about the need of, they were desperate for the need of someone clerical in that department because they were getting overwhelmed with the applications coming in for the industrial development we've got going on, for the, for the new housing that we've got going on, and the bonds that they have to deal with. And if one of them is out, we only have two people, one of them's out, then they can get really backlogged. So I think, and I'm not saying this isn't needed, I'm sure it is, but I think maybe we need to take a look at, holistically, where are we really deficient right now? If we say that the budget is there, if that's what we're saying, then maybe staff comes back to us and say, do we need a full-time position here? Do we need a full-time position here?
Staff is before, okay, Ms. Long, before I comment.
Yeah. May I suggest that instead of holding up this position, we go ahead and approve, be it full-time or part-time, whatever we decide. But then we definitely need, as you said, I know you're already looking for a couple of people in the planning department, right? And maybe you could write up a report and talk to Mr. Cully about where you feel there's, after your meeting, feel that the shortages are, and we could address that at our next meeting.
See, my position is that if people come to work and the work that they're trying to do is really a full-time position, then these people aren't going to be happy, and you're not going to have the right morale for employees. And it's our responsibility as the board, and I'm sorry that Mr. Parton felt that half a loaf is better than the whole loaf, but if half the loaf doesn't feed all of us, then all of us are going to be unhappy, basically. And I'd rather see the staff feel that they're being paid equitably for the work that they're doing, and we're a good place to work, and we're one that considers our employees. And I just think, I think we are shorthanded in a lot of positions. And I think we neglect to come to this board and say, we need a new position. That's our responsibility to do this. But right now, I just know that Mrs. Smith can't do it all alone. And I don't think a part-time person is the answer. I think a full-time person is needed to move that department forward.
Mr. Parton?
Yes, sir.
Just real quick, Mr. Chair. Okay. Just out of curiosity, would a part-time person be able to handle this, or does it need to be a full-time position? In all seriousness, and that's, I know what you recommended. I'm sure you're very budget conscious, and we appreciate that. Like I do, but I'm just kind of curious: is it something that is needed a full-time position, or can a part-time position do it?
Well, certainly, we can justify a full-time position, but again, I'm aware of all the staffing needs, and so, that was why I proposed part-time initially, was because I know we have lots of other staffing needs, and not all of them are going to be met by any stretch. So, but yeah, certainly, I would prefer and think we can justify a full-time position, but lots of other departments can say that as well.
We are increasing the department by 66% or 60%. We're adding a 3-day-a-week employee where there was just one employee working 5 days a week. So, yeah,
but we're working that employee.
Are we failing right now? I don't know what the answer. I
don't think you want the answer.
Is we're on the verge. Then we have software for a reason. I've said this for
Is most of our HR stuff self-service as is now? Like I can.
What do you mean by self-service?
Can I log in and use the new software to figure out my benefits and make changes?
It will certainly be improved with Keystone, but it's labor intensive now.
Okay.
Would the board be okay with, could we start part-time?
Yeah.
And then, hey, look, if it doesn't work out, you can't find anyone because of the pay, or because no one just wants to work 3 days. I don't know. And if we hire someone and they're still overwhelmed, as Clay had said, Mr. Boran said, we start part-time, and then when we can look at it again in 6 months or when it's budget time and say, hey, look, this really needs to be a full-time position. Is that something that we could?
I like that idea.
That's my preference.
Yeah. Okay. So I'll move that we just need to up the appropriation, correct?
Gotcha.
Supplemental.
What is the appropriation that he needs?
18,000.
So I move that we appropriate 18,000 to the HR department.
Second.
It was 17 and
17 and change.
17 and change.
So let's do 18.
Up to
We're talking about 17,989,
Yeah,
so 18.
There's a motion that we appropriate almost $18,000 for a part-time position for human resources journalist position. Any discussion?
Was there a second? Okay.
I'll second.
Yeah.
I already did.
Yeah.
I'll third.
Mr. Thomas seconded. Any discussion? My only comment is I think we're being chinchy, but all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Aye. Division in the House. Mr. Foran, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Black?
Aye.
Mr. Seeley?
Aye.
Ms. Long?
Aye.
Mr. Thomas?
Aye.
And I vote nay. Motion carries 5-1. Staff is authorized to hire part-time HR person. Work them hard.
Thank you.
Train them well. Let them use the tools.
Yeah.
Another 20.
Mr.
I have
Mr.
4
Cullen.
kids in the school system and haven't seen one textbook in years.
That's because they don't,
Do we have a textbook fund?
because they don't teach them.
Yeah, but they can
right.
actually buy software learning things out of that
That I have
textbook
seen.
fund. So you
That I
probably
have.
have seen that.
I've seen that.
It's online, it's Chromebook.
Okay.
We've included status of your capital projects. If anybody's got any questions, but please let me know.
Well, it's just good,
Miss-
it's just good to see that many of those school projects are being completed.
Correct. Yes.
I noticed that there's several that are completed, so that's good. So we have a little ways to go, but so that 1.2 is almost spent. So
Not that done.
that's pretty good that we spent that in the last year or so. So that's good.
Well, that'll be board comments. What's the story with the Carmel Church Fire Station? We got the bids in? Or it's still time?
No,
for-
they're out. They
They're
haven't
still
gotten
out?
back yet. 29, due back
29.
into the month. That's hopefully headed toward coming to your August meeting.
Okay.
That's where that was at. For far as the calendar, at the park on Saturday, the Juneteenth celebration at the rec park all day long. Monday is the state holiday for Juneteenth observed. The county fair was mentioned earlier, the 22nd through the 25th. We'll finish out June. And then obviously the offices are closed on July 4th, which is another Monday, and historic Port Royal starting at 10 we have on the calendar. So I think that's
I think
Mm.
pretty.
it's 10 to 1 or 10 to 2. I know they shortened it an hour.
And one other item I have for you is in trying to purchase the latest fire truck, we don't quite have all of the details ready, but we only have a price hold through July. And so the chief's here to explain some things on that, but we'd like some authorization to proceed with that purchase. Otherwise, we may be taking a 5 or greater %. And when you're talking about $600,000, $700,000 fire truck, that's a pretty good price hike in that we don't meet in July. So Chief, if you would give them the background on that real quick.
Oh, that's from the chief. Okay, thank you.
We are looking to purchase 2 fire trucks. One is for the Carmel Church Fire Station, and the other is a replacement for Engine 6 or Upper Caroline, which is 30 years old. We have all the pricing in. That pricing is good until the 31st. We weren't able to get it in on this board meeting. Basically looking at 2 fire trucks at a cost of $1.5 million and some change. They do give us a $10,000 discount by buying the 2 engines together. In the CIP, we have about $1.2 million toward those purchases. So we would have to come up with an additional $344,000 for the purchase of those 2 trucks. We have come up with a plan at the bottom there on the first page to do that. $80,000 is from the penalties being paid for through our last engine purchased, Engine 1 and Engine 2. They did not meet the deadline, so they have about $80,000 that'll be coming back to the county. $100,000 for American Recovery and funds, and then the remaining to come out of the fire rescue operations budget for this current fiscal year. $164,000 of unspent funds, both in the personnel and the operations side, to cover that shortfall. The problem we have is when I went to price these for the CIP, these 2 engines, we experienced from that day a 15% increase in the price, and then another 5% increase after that. And what I'm concerned about is while the manufacturer is holding our price now, they are getting price increases from their OEM manufacturers and adding it to the system. So when I get a new price, regardless if Pierce comes up with an increase, those other manufacturing the components have all increased in their system, the price will go up. So because we don't have a July meeting, that's why is there something we can do to avoid that? If you want us to defer until August, that's fine. There may be a penalty that we have to pay for that.
So what you want us to do is give you authorization to accept price increases now or wait until August, and if there's a price increase and the penalty, we'll pay that in August.
Well, what I'd like you to do now is approve us so we can make the purchase before that price increase happens, sometime in July. What I'm waiting for, to be quite honest with you, what we're waiting for is Upper Caroline has reviewed the truck specs, If they want to add anything to the base engine, they can do that, which would affect the total overall price, but Upper Caroline would be paying for that. So there would be no more out of pocket for the county, but the final numbers for me to say, I need a PO for this amount.
The station we're not supporting is going to make changes?
They may. Everybody, we give everybody the option.
Everybody has that. Bowling Green's got stuff on their truck.
Yeah.
They all
Okay. Yeah, okay,
state
okay.
involved.
If they want a lot more lights added to it or some other, okay.
So is the shortfall 344 or 304 is what you need?
The shortfall is 344 in total, which includes $40,000 for contingency.
That's what
for
you
both
need
sections.
for us tonight to
That's correct. Yes, sir.
appropriate.
I say go ahead and do that, because it's money
So,
from the penalty,
do you want to make that motion, Mr.
COVID funds. I'll make the motion to
I'll second
authorize you to make the purchase now, which includes this 344 transfer.
And I'll second the motion. Is there any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
You have it.
Thank you.
Mr. Cully, are you finished?
Yes, sir, I'm finished.
You didn't mention the joint board meeting with.
Oh, I
schools.
wasn't gotten late. Yes, if, we still don't have numbers totally from the state, so the earliest we'd be probably able to meet would be sometime in July. But if you'd like, you could push that to August, before your next, regular meeting if you wanted to, and see if the schools are able to make that, time work. We just wanted to talk about when in the future you would want to have them sit down with the school board.
What I'd like to do, with the board, I think there's two things I'd like to see. I would like to see, since we're spending an exorbitant amount of money to me for student achievement, I'd like to see some data saying where we are with the pandemic and what type of gains we're making with academic achievement. I think has to be part. If we're spending the kind of money that we're spending, that we've got to have some accountability in terms of student achievement, closing the achievement gap. What programs are we doing, and if we can help those programs, what is it that they're asking us to do? So I just like to see a different level of accountability within a meeting. I hear from citizens all the time, and I don't like to get into it because people say you're overstepping, but we're the entity that's giving the money. I'd like to see some accountability in terms of academic performance for our kids. At least we have understand the plan going forward. So I want to make that part of the meeting. I think that meeting can occur in August, but I know they're going to open schools in August. So we may run into some issue there, but that's the next time this board can meet.
We meet on the 9th, is that correct?
August 9th, we do.
Yeah, I think they would open up after that.
Be on a meeting.
You can have a special meeting.
Yep.
Just got to agree to the date around.
Yeah, I think we need a meeting that lasts longer than an hour before our regular meeting to get in depth about what it is that we're trying to accomplish. So if we're going to be on the same page, then the only way we're going to get on the same page is to have an understanding of what you're, for me anyway, I need to understand thoroughly what you're doing and how you're doing it and what your end game is.
It could be at any time in July. We don't have any meetings.
End of July. Board?
Mr. Cully,
I don't know.
Y'all would have to look at whatever date y'all can meet. I mean,
no. Can you have a discussion with Dr. Calvary to see what their end of July looks like?
I can, but why don't y'all look at the date that y'all want to go? We could recess to that date. Otherwise, you're gonna have to do a special call meeting.
That's why I think we ought to go. That's why I think we ought to go into August, because I've said pretty much my calendar board-wise was open. So I've got stuff scheduled and I just don't know what's where right now.
So you don't have a date?
I don't have a date right now I can give anybody for anything, because I had wiped the calendar for July for board meeting stuff.
Maybe we could ask them
If there's a day at the end of July, we can adjourn or recess 2, and then 3 of us meet and recess 2 again, or
4 have to meet to recess 2
You need-
again.
Yeah, you need 4 to have them, come back. So if you wanted to come back in late July and they couldn't meet, but it'd be nice if you, how about, August 2nd. Oh, that's probably National Night Out.
what day?
August, the first Tuesday.
Oh,
That might be National Night Out. I can't
No,
remember.
it's on a Monday. I think August.
Make it Wednesday.
Yeah, it might be. You're right.
Make it Wednesday the 3rd.
Wednesday the 3rd.
August
like I
3rd?
said, if we pick a date, we can certainly then give them plenty of time. Yeah, you wouldn't want to do Monday night because they meet on Monday night, so I don't know what Monday night they meet.
But they meet the second Monday.
Okay, so that would be the 8th. So, but the 3rd, if y'all could do August the 3rd, I could tell them August the 3rd. It gives them a month and 6 weeks to. And if they say they can't, then we'll let y'all know and we'll cancel it.
Is that good for board members? August 3rd.
I don't know.
Yeah, we can try for that. Let's just recess for that date, and if not,
all right. So let's take August 3rd, Mr. Cully, and then tonight we'll recess to August 3rd.
6 o'clock, August 3rd.
6 o'clock.
In the EOC.
Why do we have to meet at 6? Can we meet early? It's still summertime.
it's just them then. We got 2 or 3 hours with them. 6 to 9 is plenty of time.
But why do we want to wait till 6?
Some of us,
Yeah,
I'm still working.
Oh, that's
so-
right. Yeah. I was thinking maybe 5, but okay. All right, let's do August 3rd. It'll be 6 o'clock.
All right, but we just need to remember to recess.
Can you get us that supplemental number, the 12.3 million?
Soon as Marsha returns from vacation. She was getting on an airplane when she was getting me the last numbers, and I told her it'd be okay as long we needed the categories, so we get the breakdown when she got back. Soon as I can.
That's fine.
Because like I said, that ultimately ends up in our budget publication that goes online, as the adopted budget for the schools.
Thank you, Mr. Cully. Board comments? Mr. Forehand.
Just wanted to get the board's input on having a page or a spot on the Caroline County website just for recycling, some tips for citizens, things like that. If y'all have any issue with that, just let me know. I have.
Who's our webmaster, Mr. Cully? You're our webmaster? Okay.
Joey has stuff.
Yeah, I think we, I had a couple people just, hey, where would I find information on X? And I went out and looked, really didn't see what was being asked about, but it wouldn't be difficult or time consuming just to put a page up there for something like that. I wanted, I pursued it. I wanted to get everyone's at least acknowledgement.
Okay. All right, well, Mr. Pardon, can you lead the charge on that? And get with...
I'll cobble together some stuff. I don't expect you to generate the material, but I'll get it to you next week.
Mr. Shebel's good at that, so I'm sure he'll help. Okay. Thank you, sir.
That's it. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Black.
If I could kind of piggyback off that, in meeting with the departments, one of the things that they had mentioned, I know Parks and Rec, they had put out this beautiful brochure paper of what's happening in Parks and Rec for the summer. And I just think that, and it's a great brochure. I'm not sure. I guess there's some stuff on our website, but I'm not sure how many people actually see that brochure. And I'm hoping that we can get more social media presence to get some of those programs out so that people can actually, a lot of people now are using their phones and so forth. So if we can get, it was the same thing with economic development. They had some history tour or something a few weeks ago, and it looked really neat, but I didn't even know about it.
Maybe
So-
we can hire a communications person to do that.
But I mean, for them to use social media to get out information so that people know what's going on in the county.
Yep, absolutely. Mr. Seeley?
I have none, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Long?
Yes, I have one. I want to wish all of you gentlemen a happy Father's Day. Hope you have a good one.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Thomas?
Didn't get that.
I don't have any, thank you.
And I have no comments. I'll take a motion to adjourn.
Nope, recess.
Recess
Oh, okay.
August.
Motion to recess till August 3rd at 6 o'clock. Made by Mr. Thomas,
Second.
second by Mrs. Long. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right, we stand in recess till August 3rd, 6 o'clock. Good night.
Good job.